For my free song request, I would like American Venom since I missed out on one last stream. Blimey, 2 years already.
Hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto, it's Tuestat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta, we have a transfer budget of over £500 million. No way of spending it all, but it's just weird that I should be entrusted with so much money. In other news, FM, in its entire wisdom, has decided that, you know what, wouldn't it be fun if all our player values were halved for absolutely no reason? 7 teams in Europe, fun to be had, all that and more, coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta. Stirrups! I did say in other nudes, I didn't mean to, it happened, but I thought I would just brush it off and you wouldn't notice. But you did, because you're mindful like that. Other than other nudes, if anything, it was better because of the nudes. They rarely ever make things worse. Well, no, that's not true at all. Depends on who's receiving them and who's Yeah, moving swiftly on. Yeah, sometimes you just need a rapid-fire stirrup. Player value's got, well, yes and no. There is, yes. The video went out earlier, I think. Right? Did I not put the video out? Please tell me I put the video out. I think I'm pretty certain I put the video out. Holy shit. This is where I just go and it didn't go out for whatever reason. You did put the video out. That scared the shit out of me. Oh, good lord. Yeah, what I know is it's unlisted, obviously, for the patrons after I make it. And then one sec. And then I put it to public 10 minutes before I go live, with the idea being that it gives people a bit of a chance to watch a good amount of it before stream comes out. Quick recap. What do you want to recap of, specifically? We won the Champions League. That's the biggest thing, I suppose, from last season, I would say, is the Champions League win. The 5th in 7 years. Weirdly, the game considers it our 5th in 8 years. And it's not wrong. It's just weird that it would say that instead. Because it is our 5th in 8 years, but it's also our 5th in 7 years. So it's weird that the game came up with the thing that say Sirens win their 5th Champions League in 8 years. And I'm like, bit of a weird stat, that one. Why add an extra season? Yeah, so last stream came 5th on the coefficients on the year again, 19.325 points, which, no, yeah, we still had our best year despite having 8 teams in Europe last year. We had 4 teams in the quarterfinals in the end, if you include us. All of them kind of bowls it up. Balzan got to the semi-finals of the Conference League. Unfortunately got ruined by Stade. I say ruined, lost on penalties to Stade Rennais. And I think they'd have gone the whole way, which is frustrating as fuck. Johnster Monster!
2 years. What a wonderful 2 years. Thank you for all the work you do, for Chatto, for the vibes, and ultimately all the fun.
It could be, yeah. It's super weird. Because, like, oh, I got off my face. Basically, there was just, like, this news article. It would have long gone now. But it just said, Sirens win 5th Champions League in 8 years. And I was just like, that doesn't seem right. And I looked back at it. And what I will say, though, is check this out. Look at the last 7 years. Sirens, Man United, Sirens, Man United, Sirens. It's just insane. Not only that, we've only failed to make the final once in the last 7 years. We are doing everything possible, basically, to build a nation right now. If this was any other save, we'd have probably done it. Legitimately. If we'd have managed to have this level of success with MTK, we'd have completed the challenge. Because we've never had this level of consistent upper echelon performances last season. It's hard to say, Steve, because basically I don't want to start a new save and then immediately have to stop the save because I'm moving house. Do you know what I mean? Hello, Daz! No, I'm going to be magnanimous. I feel like we were the better side in that game. However, when it got to about 85 minutes and you brought on the extra centre-back, I went, nah, this is not happening. We were just not actually creating anything concrete anymore. In the first half, up until you scored, we were creating loads. But then it just kind of stagnated after that. And once it was 85 minutes, I was like, it's not happening. It's just not happening. Current investigations as 24 stay in there. Yes, NASCAR will just offset the penalties, won't they? They'll just claim that if they are going to do anything, they'll just say that the 20 also benefited from it because Bubba. Although it looked to me like Bubba might have actually genuinely had a problem. But that's what they're going to stand by. Or they just randomly throw Larson in. Or as you say, Jeff Gordon for no apparent reason. But yeah, basically, I don't want to start an OTI save and then immediately have to stop it for like a week and a half because I've moved and there's no internet. That's the 50% value drops. Yes. So basically, I noticed this the moment we ticked over into the new season and it said we got it was like a Reynoso linked with move and it said 50 million. I went, that seems a bit low. Maybe it's because of his contract. Then I went to our squad page, sorted it by value. The only player that's got any decent value is Silver Salamander, and that's only because we signed him for a large amount of money, so it technically holds higher value, as you've noticed in the past, which is how I knew immediately. 1-3. I still have some complaints, as I know that we were the better side, but like when you go into stoppage time like that, you think you've kind of done it. That Harry Wilson, I mean, I imagine a lot of you didn't watch the game, right? Because obviously it doesn't hold a lot of interest outside of the fan bases of Fulham and Brentford, but like, fuck me, that first goal. Actually, the second one as well. That header for the second goal is not an easy header to. He actually gets so much curl on that header. It's unbelievable. But yeah, that first one, what a flick. Yeah, I feel like in the first half some of the link up in that first half was insane. On that left-hand side. Yeah, we got a value drop. It's not as bad as it could be, but it's half, basically. It has kind of off us. So basically, on the whole house thing right now, we're still waiting for the confirmation of the reference stuff, basically. The income check, references, and all that kind of jazz. They said it could take a few days. We did it on Saturday, but obviously no one would have been in an office then anyway. So once we hear back from that, then we can be like, right, that's kind of done now, right? After this season. Like I said, I don't want to stop a save, then start a new one, and then immediately have to stop the save again, because that would kind of defeat the point. That would lose all momentum. I kind of want to be starting the save, and I know that I don't have to stop the save again immediately, right? $500 million to spend. Yes, but remember, it's not sustainable. Because if we spend money, we have to make sure we can offset that with FFP. So if we can no longer sell players for any kind of reasonable fees, then it defeats our ability to be able to sign players for large fees at the same time, because then we can't offset it with FFP. It doesn't matter how much money you have in the bank. It's about how much money you lose over a period. You could have £1 billion in the bank, but if you make a loss of over, what was it, £5 million or something over a 3-year period, doesn't matter. You could have 995 billion in the bank still, and it's irrelevant. That's the hilarious thing. 5 at the back with Spurt. How dare he? He's not witnessed the magic yet. We turned that around nicely. Second way to lose a game. Yeah, I must admit, I was sat there like angrily eating pasta through much of the second half because it just was not happening. And then I had about shook Pog out of her skeleton when we scored the second goal. I couldn't bloody believe it. I like robbery. Yeah, I think the term robbery there is... it's like Fulham finally called the stole their phone. I like that. I think it's just because robbery is a term that you get used in football quite a lot. Same as the usual kind of like, oh... you know, did he mean it? It's like, if you're not trying to score, what are you doing on the pitch? Like, Verstappen basket, incredible. One of the best drivers I've ever seen. He was so far and away. Honestly, great and all, but more impressed with Alpine. A 2 and a 3. Just love that for Alpine. Would Russ get anything at all? I think so, yeah. I must admit, I was actually very disappointed in Mbermo and Wissa. I honestly thought that Keane Lewis-Potter was probably Brentford's best player for much of that first half. He was the only one I felt like that was finding any space. And potentially that was about our defending, but like still, I was surprised considering I love watching those guys. There's so much happened. Stroll. I couldn't believe it. Genuinely, when I saw Stroll on the side of the track, I thought they were showing... I wasn't really paying attention because the race hadn't fully started yet. I was still just scrolling TikTok on my phone. I thought they were showing a replay of something from qualifying. I genuinely did not understand what was going on for a second. It was utterly bizarre. Loved it, though. Like, I must admit, I don't think the race was even that interesting in many places. It just kind of had stuff happen around it. The actual racing itself, but then you're not going to get a lot of good racing in the rain like that, are you, really? But low bar. Yeah, Robinson was sensational in that game. It's incredible scenes. To an extent, I suppose, Danny, but at the end of the day, he didn't choose when to pit, did he? That was his team. Same with George Russell. Not that I think he would. I think he was struggling in those tyres anyway, but Max is just a different beast when it comes to the rain, isn't he? Like, he's just a different beast. Well, I must admit, I was kind of hoping they didn't get that other red flag or yellow flag or whatever, because Ocon was just driving away. It's having a lovely old time. So, yeah, when it comes to the whole transfer fee thing, it's going to be difficult for us to handle, but it could be a lot worse, right? It's fastest car versus. I mean, hey, Max would just overdrive. He would outdrive that car, and has been for a while, it seems. And this was just more evidence of that. The guy is an absolute robot. That iRacing streamer guy, yeah, that's the one. Bartosz, oh, good point, yeah. Watch his value. This is the weird thing, right? Yeah, his value's halved. So now he's right back in where we paid for him. The weirdest thing, though, I saw a player from Hamrun, Bedwawi, was linked with a move for £66 million. So his value has also now dropped as well. But notice how his value seems to be about as high as you'd expect it to be in the first place, which I found really weird. Well, I wonder there's going to be another one potentially. Well, even so, I looked through Hamrun's team, and Tony Ciani. Let's just have a little look on him. But 63 to 98 million. Hamrun are able to ask for more value for their players than we are, which is very interesting. It just struck me as a little odd. For example, there's another guy in here as well. I think it's who is it? Floriano. 25 to 38 million this guy's worth. These are huge like transfer values for Hamrun players. It means that the AI are actually holding their values a lot easier than we are, which is honestly more important in some ways. So it might just give us a bit of a stay of execution, but it's certainly not ideal. But it looks like Hamrun are still going for it. Floriano, not Floriano. They actually did have a player who I think was called something like that. Why the values happen? Because Football Manager is broken. We suspect it's that for some reason, it just deviates from the values that you give it. So bear in mind, we've used SI and FM's inbuilt system that they created to set the values based on reputation and various other factors of the league, right? And it seems like every 10 years, roughly, it just goes, no, I will not do that. Why do my headphones just turn themselves all the way down? That's weird. So yeah, that's fun. We also suspect there's some cheaty balancing mechanism here. It's to stop the game from getting super unrealistic over a long period of time if you're not managing these leagues, but also just like let it happen, build a better system, right? They basically just claim that it's because you're using a custom database, even when it happens with base leagues. It's frustrating. Hello, Babsphere. However, so I've not looked. I got us up to this date. I did a load of the extensions because I wanted to record a bit for the Lone Farm video, because I'm recording segments for the Lone Farm video as we go through the season. That way, I'm getting real life examples of it actually being in action, basically, which I think is better. Benefit the top 5 leagues. It's essentially, yeah, it seems like it, because you never see that happen. Because bear in mind, I still feel like our values were arguably a little on the low side, potentially, for where we were. Bear in mind, we are literally, I would say by now, the best club in the world. I don't think that's really up for debate when we've won 5 of the last 7 Champions Leagues. We probably have the best team, pound for pound, in the world, which means, in theory, we'd have to have, most likely, some of the best players in the world. So it's mad that they wouldn't have the values that they would have if they were at bigger clubs, when we're technically the biggest club in the world as well. So, yeah. Ermis Aradipu, I believe they were called. What a fun name. I can't believe I managed in Cyprus twice, and it's both been in OTI saves. Backburst, thank you for the 40 months.
I hope we get a highlight montage of best cam moments from the bedroom, PG-rated stream ones, not the OnlyFans clips. Inspired to do some adulting as well, and ordered a new sofa so I can do my binge rewatch of Lost in Comfort. Just
making me jealous now with your sofa chat. I looked into that thing that Gordo found us on Sunday. Unfortunately, I say unfortunately, basically they don't have a lot of options, but what they do have has 2 different categories. It's members and non-members prices. So the sofas are like okay priced, round about the same as Brie HF for members, but for non-members they're very expensive. Now, I looked into what membership means, and basically it's for single people earning less than £20,000, which I actually think is a really cool system. But I say unfortunately, not unfortunately, Pog and I don't qualify for that, so that place we wouldn't really be able to use, because they were actually very expensive if you weren't a member, and I'm okay with that, because I'd much rather them go to people that deserve them, basically. So that's not an issue for me. I might just get some auctions and stuff there, potentially. Oh, dear. I think they are definitely the biggest club in the game now, but obviously it's not all just about the team they're playing for, it's about the league they're playing in, right? So that's why a club, say, that's a massive fish in a little pond still isn't going to be able to command the massive transfer values. Say, Dinamo Zagreb is a good example, right? They can get good value on their transfers, but not like elite value on their transfers, because at the end of the day they are still playing in the Croatian league. But then someone like I don't know, Lokomotiva would obviously be able to command a lot less. So it feels like it takes into account reputation within your league, but then the overall league reputation does have a big issue. Because put it this way, right? If Reynoso was playing for Man United or Real Madrid, he's worth upwards of 300 million. Like, his value in the game would be around about that, pretty much, I would say. No, thank you for trying, Gordo. It was a cool idea. Rep to drop fast for the leagues that are doing badly. I don't think it even matters. I'm not convinced that would even make a difference, but that's just how it goes, right? So we're just going to plug on and try and win another Champions League. It's just going to have to affect the way that we do transfers a little bit, because we can't make too much of a loss. Like, obviously, we're still in a really comfortable FFP situation, but it's still difficult, because it means we won't be able to make that same kind of money in sales like we were last year. To give you an idea, we sold a squad player to Liverpool for 100 million last year. Now our best player is only worth 60. Like, and it also means that we're likely to get more bids on our players this summer, because suddenly they're affordable for the big clubs, which is also, I feel like, part of the reason why it's a mechanic as well. It just seems like it's so that it can unhinder your squad. So that's going to be something to deal with too, because they'll know, despite us being the best team in the world, they're still going to want to leave, because all of a sudden they're in fourth. Yeah. Lokomotiv Plovdiv is a fun one to say. Wasn't it Botev Plovdiv at one point as well? So I haven't actually looked at the new players that have come in. I wanted to save it here because I just wanted to sort of see what would happen. And also we get to look at this screen together and all that kind of cool stuff. Broima Poikina is great as well. Sporting Hihol is never one that fails on me. Valley Glitch, it did, but not as severe as I was expecting, but it has happened, yeah. Been the best league in the world. Oh, it absolutely has, but you still see massive signings from Serie A and the Bundesliga, right? And when you look at, like, for example, La Liga, top players in La Liga are still commanding 150 million to 200 million in this save. In terms of their values, they don't actually sell for that a lot of the time, but their values are there. How the value with Eredivisie? Half the... Yeah, I think there's like a cap, and I think we're kind of hitting that cap, and every time the game remembers that there's a cap, it just ruins your values despite you changing them now. So yeah, anyway, the players that they're interested in. Hamren are looking for Henning Luderer I'm not convinced that that would be worth the money for them, honestly. Colombian centre-back. Yes, yeah, that was insane, wasn't he? That guy that... Was he actually... Is he joining us this summer? Because he was 17, wasn't he? That ridiculous Colombian centre-back that we found. That was just there. I love it. Because half the time I can't even remember where we find these players, which is amazing. It's not football, it's the league. Well. Yeah, I suspect that isn't the same bug, because they're already pretty solid anyway. Well, that team at the start of the... OTI will still be fun. But like I was saying earlier, basically, I don't want to stop this save, and then we'd have to take some time to do the looking forward, and then set up things for OTI, because I would need to consult with the Patreons and get the new patron players put in for it and everything like that. That would take me a little bit to make sure everyone got back to me in a certain time. But in addition, basically with the whole moving house thing, I don't want to start and announce a brand new save, make a video for it, get everybody hyped, begin it, get the bump that comes with it and everything, and then immediately after a couple of days have to stop the save to move because there'll be no internet, and then lose all the momentum on the new save, basically. That's my concern with doing that. So, but it does mean that I think we've got a nice jumping off point kind of whenever we want it. Luckily, the value drop aren't as bad. If we'd gone down to like 20 million as our highest value player, we'd be screwed. But 50 we can still work with for the time right now, I would say. National youth rating. No, it's just FM. It happens in every... If we'd have done this save in Georgia, the same thing would have happened, unfortunately. Sweet year after. Wilson Itapikuru. Again, he's good, but is he going to be worth that? This is the thing. With these guys, if they sign these guys, they're no longer going to gain value. That's the problem. I don't want to set out a roadmap for the new save, get people invested, and delay it. Exactly! Now you're talking. Hello, Toom. Harry Wilson goal. The other day, you mean last night? It was a masterpiece. Both of his goals were actually incredible goals. And just the times they came, the absolute limbs, frankly. I was doing my own limbs. Sat down limbs, of course, because I had pasta on me. Mislav Krajina as well. Oh, speaking of Dinamo Zagreb. See, he'd be a fun sign if a good year. But we'll see. I'd pre-ordered my OTI. I never put the pre-orders up. That's on you, buddy. Right. See who's joining us, shall we? Get things kicked off. Can anyone remember the name of that guy? That centre-back. We'll just look for Colombian-sounding guy, right? Which admittedly could be anybody. I'm actually not convinced it's any of these guys. Yeah, I'm not convinced it... Was it Carvajal? Yeah, I think he's still too young to join. Let's have a look at him. This guy... Oh, he's only 17. He doesn't join us till January. I still think he's a pretty good player. But he won't join till Jan because he's not old enough. Annoyingly, he turns 18 like a week or so after the transfer window closes, which is a pain in the arse. He is so good. I don't remember... Was this guy a recruitment focus? Or actually, to be fair, it was probably just us looking at Envigado, wasn't it? Right? Yeah. It was almost certainly he actually came from a team report, which is nice. It feels like that's been a rarity lately. Cost you 15 quid. Ah, it's just what we do. We're clutch like that. Right, let's get these guys on language courses. That's actually a smaller amount of players joining us than I expected. It means less handshake circles for the lads. Right. Oh, by the way, Peters actually won Champions League Player of the Year for the second season in a row, which really struck me as a slightly odd one, because I didn't even realise he'd won it last year. But back-to-back wins for Mohamed Peters in that award. Really pleased for him. So Jose Buelvas, he's fine. He'll go out on loan, but look at the values now on these new loan players. I bet you no one has an obscene value on these new guys as they join us, even if they're kind of good. This guy clearly isn't. In fact, his value is 0. That's a new one. Usually they have some kind of value. The game's just like, no value for you. Alciu, paid 200k, worth not a lot more than that. We'll get you on the loan list as well. I have offered out a lot of players for loan, so these guys will have to go in the next round. Guy Sorrow, who I'm pretty certain we only signed because... Wow, he's not good, is he? Yeah, he'd have been worth a couple of 100k at least, right? Before. And then he's the one I'm really excited about. Let's go back to Murat Karaman. We paid 7 million for him and he's literally worth 7 million. But wow, Jesus Christ, he's just maybe not that very good at all. I'm convinced he's just not very good, which is the thing. Right, this is the one I really want. Yassine Ascari. We paid 10 million for him and he's barely worth any more than that. But he's fine. I'll add him to the dev list anyway, but my plan with him was to actually maybe put him in the squad potentially. UCL Go, we won it again. We had Barca in the final, which, as you know, when we play a team from Iberia, we get the dub. He's decent cover, yeah. Particularly, though, we're going to be getting some players back because Björklund is coming back. His loan, he wouldn't extend because he was at Birkirkara, and they've basically lost almost any good player you can imagine that was a loan player has left Birkirkara and come back. So we've actually got a lot of those guys. A little bit Matster. We're not sure if it's quite like a minor blip or we're talking like Great Depression levels. That's the thing. I love that that's not the first time someone's looked up Eric Bartos' value. I'll show you again. His value is now in line with what I paid for him. So there's that. Yeah, it was Björklund, I think. He's been on loan for quite a while now. Really lucky last night. I don't think we got lucky. I think we were the better side and scored 2 goals, right? Doesn't like if you'd scored 2 goals in the first 10 minutes, you wouldn't consider it lucky. So the way I look at it is we were the better side and eventually got the result that was sort of deserved on paper. But my goodness, we had to pull it out late. I'd say it was clutch. Solar for our gold. He did. Bastard does it every 10 years. It's like every time there's a new election, the new president comes in and sells off all the gold for us. So, yeah, that's not ideal. Not anyone that I'd be super excited about. I was kind of hoping we'd get that other guy. Now, there might be some more guys joining us throughout the window as well. In fact, let's have a look. There might be some. There's usually some players that turn like 18 and then immediately move up. Yeah, we want future transfers. Wow, we only have 2 future transfers arranged. Good God. It's weird. I feel like we've been signing a lot of players lately. I wonder if it's just because a lot of those signings I tend to do during those Champions League game episodes. And when I try to do 6 games in a stream like that, it means that I very rarely get any chance to do any actual transfers in those games. Whereas, yeah. So I suppose our first port of call really should be Internati Cappies. Actually, just quickly look at the team reports. Which... Oh, thank God for that. I thought the team reports had fucked up. Holy shit. Didn't actually have the filter in. Oh... Terrifying. Tomb, thank you for the 7 months.
Amorim in times are looking up for United. Harry Wilson is scoring for Fulham. Will he do the same for Wales? Man United to win the Champions League in 25-26 and Wales to win the 2026 World Cup.
Harry Wilson kind of already does do that for Wales, right? He seems to score quite frequently for Wales. Also, did you guys see that interaction between Gary Cotterill and Ruben Amorim in that press conference where Gary Cotterill, yet again, makes an absolute twat of himself? He might be my least favourite sports journalist, and that actually takes a lot of doing, but he's a proper prick. Like, oh my God. It's just so like, oh. It just... Oh, exactly. And I think he should. I wouldn't be... If Man United said, now you're no longer allowed to press it, I would be totally on their side. I think that Amorim should refuse to speak English to only Gary Cotterill. Like every other English media, talk to them fine. Just only talking Portuguese to Gary Cotterill. Basically, Ruben Amorim was doing a press conference, essentially like, from my understanding of it, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I've watched a TikTok about it, so therefore I am willing to give some opinions. He was doing a press conference sort of as a farewell when he was to go sort of say goodbye to the fans of Sporting and talk to some of the local journalists. It had been explicitly stated that the press conference was being carried out in Portuguese, right? Portuguese manager, Portuguese team, speaking Portuguese. Of course, there were some journalists from around the world there. 1, because people cover Portuguese football, and 2, because obviously with Ruben Amorim joining Man United, there were some journalists from England in the crowd. Gary Cotterill asked him a question and then said, in English, please, at the end, even though he was explicitly told that this press conference would be taking place in Portuguese, and then he would not leave it. He kept pushing it, and then said this thing about, oh, you've given a cold shoulder to all your English fans. Fuck off, Gary. Like, actually... woeful behaviour. Just, oh my goodness me. I like it. I like it when journalists like that just get told no, because it's like they're not used to hearing it. For the soundbite. Yeah, but the thing is, he'd already been expressly told that it was going to be in Portuguese. Who's he work for? Sky Sports. Like, this isn't some like... This guy's a Sky Sports journalist. So yeah, absolute melon. I've never liked him, but it's stuff like this that makes me go, yeah, I'm valid in that opinion. Yeah, Gary should learn Portuguese. Exactly. Ah, dear. Is he already banned at United currently? Oh, that's amazing. I didn't realise that. Also, who's this guy here? A Millionaros, by the way. He's another right-sided winger, but that's what we do. Yeah, perchance is probably your best bet in terms of saves for the time being. Until we can get FM Wave up and running, that's probably your best bet. Worse than Cava. Yeah, and that's saying something, but yeah. It's not the first time he's been done stuff like this. Was he the one who had the dildo shoved in his ear? I don't know if he was, but it should have been him if it wasn't. Recognize his face, yeah. I actually didn't know what he was, what he looked like, honestly, until I saw another clip of him earlier. Oh, dear. Just send them anybody. Who was the awesome lady journalist that was interviewing Ola Aina after the Forest game? Did anyone see that interview? Fucking loved it. Not just the way that she asked the questions and how enthusiastic and just generally more casual in like a... I think it got him to relax a little bit. Was that Louise Taylor? He came across so well in that interview as well. He was a really nice guy when he was at Fulham. And yeah, no, that was so cool. Luxembourg? Oh, no way. Feeling got a small shit. I think it really is important. Louise Taylor's a dick. Oh, really? Sorry, I don't know who Louise Taylor is. Is she like a Newcastle journalist? But like, seriously, I don't know who the journalist was that was interviewing Ola Aina. Can we just have her do all the interviews from now on? Like, I was knackered, I just hit it. So good. A medical... Oh, I see. Does she work for Sky Sports too? Neve, yes. Oh, I would love that. Honestly, I still think, actually, weirdly, I feel like Neve would be wasted as an interviewer because she's so much better with her pure knowledge. So I feel like, actually, that would be a waste of her talent in many ways. I feel like she should be the one being interviewed. Do you know what I mean? I was about to mention something else, and I forgot what it was, but it was quite important if I recall. Yeah, sorry. So I think with building a nation saves, it's important to not lose heart when things go wrong. So, for example, I could turn around today and be like, I've had it with this kind of thing. And in a way, it is frustrating, of course. But I think it has probably sped up the end, but it's not the end. Do you know what I mean? Culture is still toxic. I think that sort of... I don't believe it is as simple as that. I think there's plenty of young journalists as well that would be equally as toxic as that and behave in exactly that same manner. I think there's just a sense of entitlement that you see from some journalists in general, regardless of age, gender, race, etc. I think it's just a personality trait of certain people. That's what it comes down to for me. Was he a player? I think you might be thinking of David Cotterill, perhaps. Because David Cotterill used to play for Reading, didn't he? I might be right if I pull that one out my arse randomly. Because I think he was a part of that Reading team that had like Nicky Shorey and Kevin Doyle and all those guys, right? Portugal. I would say União de Madeira, but they don't exist anymore. Although I think they have been reincarnated, potentially. Yeah, so we're going to sign Rafael Canu, right? I think he's got enough, and he's luckily cheap enough that it won't matter even with our new stuff. Oh, but yeah, have you guys seen Match of the Delay? What did you think of it? Star player. Do you know what, chat? I would love to have this man's confidence. I would enjoy the shit out of it to have this man's confidence. Doesn't exist anymore. No, but I thought they'd been reincarnated as like a new team now. Someone told me that a little while ago. União de Bola. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Because they weren't, really? So they've nothing to do with União de Bola then? Told you that. Hang on. So what are we talking about now? So the reason I was questioning is because someone said they weren't, so I'm just trying to understand the answer here. When two people are saying different things, I try to find the truth out of it all. Kev calling me out. He can do that. As long as he keeps praising my hair, I'm fine with it. He can call me what he likes. That Reading team was really fun, wasn't it? Honestly, I'm still going to do it because memes. I'm totally fine with upsetting this chap at this stage. 100% of Phoenix come of União de Madeira. Oh, okay. So what was with so hang on. Sorry, I was just being conflicted, right? Are they based in Madeira? Are they I don't know if they're in game because 6th tier and you know what FM's like, right? It might be because I've not got the A, but usually FM's smart enough to recognize that, you know, I don't believe I can access them, sadly. Play at the old home of União, so yeah. Well, I think Fly Happy is Portuguese, right? I was just curious to know why they thought that they weren't a reincarnated club. That was all. I wasn't trying to cause any problems. I was genuinely just curious. I'll refund you points for that. Analysis section. It's tough, isn't it, with stuff like that, to make sure that you get it all in time. Like, I'm recording another game later with Jake, which is going to be fun because Jake is managing Fulham. Yes, we have had a value drop. Not as big as we were expecting, but we have had one. It's basically roughly half. I guess Internati Cappies would be a good thing to do right now, right? To get going. They're not officially the same club, but that would still be a Phoenix club, no? In the sort of the anglicised syntax of the word, I suppose. Price limit on the sofa. Honestly, we're talking like no more than a couple of £100, really. Because I can get one from British Heart Foundation for like 150. No, fair. No, I was just curious if I'm happy. Because I always bring up Uni every now and then all of a sudden chat started saying, oh, they've got a new club now. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean the same club, obviously. That's why I said reincarnated, I suppose. Because that... what's the word I could have said? Like, Jesus. Resurrected, I guess. Because reincarnated implies it's a new entity with from a second life, whereas resurrected implies the original has come back to life. Gumtree. Yeah, Gumtree's fine. Except the problem is... Actually, Gumtree's basically just like Facebook Marketplace, except it doesn't seem as scammy as Facebook Marketplace. So I'll look on there as well. What happened with Cali? I saw an HITC7's video about it, but then just didn't watch it. Right, Internati Cappies. Lego. Free cycle as well, yeah. So my plan is basically to try and queue up a load of different things like that and then just hire a van the same day and collect everything. Administration, no way. What division are they in these days? It's weird that I even have to ask that, but... Okay, cool. Right, so it kept the ability and potential on that screen. It seems to not fuck with the filters on this screen for whatever reason. Third tier, no way. Very different player position to score. Maybe. In fact, the best example I could probably give of that would be the right backless tactic, because it essentially didn't work. Local charity shops. So the biggest one around here is British Heart Foundation. I don't know of any other charity shops that do furniture around my area. But BHF is the one, basically. They have a big-ish shop in Cambridge, which is pretty useful. There's a Welsh guy that plays for Spurs on this list, which is dope. But for the time being, there's a guy called Jake Mark too, which I just really enjoy. There's a guy called Hwangkok. Chat, I found a guy called Hwangkok. The day is... all is right in the world. Suddenly, I'm no longer upset. I don't know what I was upset about, but I'm no longer upset about it. There's also a Vanuatu dude there, too. There's a guy called Harry Geary. It gets better. This is perfect. I'm also seeing some interesting nationalities. There's another Vanuatuan dude. All right. Okay, the meme van is getting fully loaded here. Right, nationalities, let's go. Oh, he's a Reuben. Look at him go. Fair enough. But yeah, the closest we've come to a formation where very different players score would be the right backless tactic, because it basically just didn't work in instant result. You could not get the tactic to perform correctly. The main reason is because it did require a lot of babysitting. So we had to explicitly change the instructions on certain players in the middle of the game, depending on the formation switches of other teams. Just Hwangkok. I mean, it'd be rude not to have Hwangkok, really, wouldn't it? From... Peter Platt. I actually thought I said hat then for a second, so we'll have Hwangkok. He's free. A throne for Pog. Oh, it is... I believe the word I would use for this is gaudy. And I don't think I'm right. I think the best way I could describe it is gaudy. Speaking of gaudy, actually, not entirely, but Gaudy. That guy Galto that was on loan at Gazito, he's coming back. So we've got another centre-back coming back. Regal. Garish. Would I be correct in saying Kitch as well, maybe? Slightly? Never has a striker core. That's really weird. I do believe that things are slightly different on that kind of thing. And it isn't... It does calculate things slightly different. I'll give you a cheeky little 5-year contract. There you go. So Hwangkok's up. Yeah, it was Galto. This guy here. Ignacio Galto. So he's returning from his loan spell. Do you know what? I think he could be a comfortable second line guy for us. He slots right into that as we allows us to move things up, because that means we'd have Vieira, Chosen One, and Gudmundsson, with Valenhout, Pagonza, Salamander Silva, then Galto and Ascari as well. It's... But not too much to... But at that point, I think just get another chair. Yeah, it's him and Envigado, but Envigado doesn't join us till January. Obviously, Bahamas doing Bahamas things. Let me just turn my headphones down a little bit. I think I actually turn them up too much when they keep catching on my hoodie. Allows us to sell POG. True. I would never sell POG. We're about to move. Could you find that chair? I mean, maybe. To be fair, there was a sofa in BHF on Saturday that wasn't dissimilar to that. I'm just saying. Because the thing is, I'm going to have to get more than one sofa, because one to start with is fine, but obviously if we want people to come around, I don't want them to have to sit in camping chairs. Yeah, no, crack on with links. I have no problem with... I know that a lot of streamers do have problems with links. I'm totally fine with links, chat. We occupy it on a sort of honor system. At the end of the day, if someone was to put a dodgy link in, I would just ban them, and it's like, do you want to risk that? So, yeah. Off a mic stand? Mic stand, there you go. Quote from a new sofa. I was scrolling through Instagram this morning and I saw, because now that I've looked for sofas on Facebook Marketplace, all my Instagram ads are for furniture companies, because obviously isn't data great. And it was a DFS advert, and I shit you not, it was just a bog standard sofa 3-seater. I was like, sure. Best part, it was only, and the word only is doing a lot of heavy lifting here, £2,300. Bruh, that's nearly as much as my car. Why would I spend that on a sofa? At least my car goes places. My car has heating, it has Android CarPlay and all that jazz. Like, my sofa doesn't have that. Stream of the Year Awards. Something tells me I'm probably not winning something like that, Terry. I would say probably vote for your favourite streamer or whatever, but I'm probably a wasted vote. A couple of £100 nice to do something. Yeah, it's crazy. My parents, I don't think in the last 20 years have spent more than £100 on a sofa, and they've all been like legit. I'm actually trying to think. The only person I know that buys new sofas is M's parents. It was like a running joke at one point about how many times they would just be buying a new sofa. I'm like, why are you doing this? Never fit my flat. Oh, what are we talking? We talking big? That's actually really nice, and that's actually super close. Like, legitimately, that's actually so good. Bagpuss, legitimately, this could be, I could probably buy that. Like, legitimately could get that. When I say super close, I'm talking like 15-minute drive. Like, do you know what I mean? Maybe not even that. Oh, Gumtree looks like the one then. Hot dog. Deliver this with any van. Wait, you can actually get delivered as well? All right. Tough for that. I know what I'm doing after stream when I finish recording with Jake. It's a corner sofa. It's got a stool on it as well. That's really nice. I mean, sorry, no. It's not, but it's also really very much not nice either. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it sounds like, why are furniture prices so good in Australia? Gordo. Take a look for. I don't know, chat. Maybe I should have just asked you not to find me a house in the first place, and I'd have been moved out 3 years ago. Ah. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, literally. Cromulent, that's the one. I love that we've looked at like literally no players on this list because I've been too busy looking at sofas. I do apologise if you're not into the sofa chat. What about Us Panda? Oh, sorry. US Panda B52. The name was like, okay. And then they're like, what about if we put a bomber on the end of it? That would be useless. I don't know. Is it more expensive? Actually, probably is. Or depends which part of Germany. Same as it depends what part of the UK. A cargo cult team? A bomber plane. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
$500 million in the transfers fund and £200 on Gumtree. Man has stonks.
You'd love to see it. It's yet more evidence that I am, in fact, a multi-millionaire content creator. Thank you for the 28 months, Stewie. How are you, man? Spotlight stores. I've never heard of this. Do you know what? It's weird, right? It looks like it's AI. I don't know. It either looks like AI or it's DLC for The Sims. I don't know how to explain it. It's so hard to explain. Oh, Mike's just messaged me. Maybe he heard what we were saying. His ears were burning. Oh, dear. Union Sportiva Panda B52 Le Casa. That's even better. What a kids to scout them. It depends what type of scouting you're doing, Stelios. Like, I basically have team reports set up for around about 900 teams. When I say teams, I mean, like, that includes, like, first team, youth team, under 21 team, and stuff like that. So it's probably more like 500 teams. Because the best way to find these teams, basically, is to go... Obviously, the scouting guide will help, but go to the national team, look through the clubs that have got players in the under-21 squads, because that shows that not only are they producing players that are good enough for that, but it also shows that they are producing players, i.e. their youth intakes are active. That's the best teams to get scout reports on, I would say. So, just as an example, if I was to go to... trying to find a team that actually is the worst possible place to be looking for it. Let's just try Belgium, for example, right? No, actually, no. Belgium's a bad example. Colombia is probably a better example. No offense to any Belguim. I can't spell Colombia. I've still not spelled Colombia. Right. So, for example, right, just go to the national team, look at the 20 squad, sort by club. These guys here.
A little bit to the sofa sick hype.
Thank you, MD Games. That's very kind of you. I really do appreciate that. That's seriously very, very nice. Casting couch. I've already got the role, chat. No anal for me. So what this is essentially telling you is these teams are producing players that are good enough to get in these teams. But it's also telling you that they're good enough that they are actively producing players. So if I was to go through these teams right now, you'll see that for the most part, although that's an oversightement, we've got a lot of reports on most of them. Some of them might have slipped through the net, but you'll see that a lot of these guys, maybe Kindio don't actually. Oh, Kindio have had, see, this is the thing. This is why I've got to do this every 5 years. Because Kindio have suddenly gone, you know what, yeah, we're going to, Deportivo Cali? Oh, wait, it's usually America de Cali, isn't it? Either way, still worth getting a go. We've already looked at Envigado. Junior FC have usually got some. Independiente Santa Fe, yep. I'm not doing B teams. The reason I'm not doing B teams is because in Colombia, they're almost always empty. So it's a waste of your time. There's a guy at PSG as well, there, which is concerning. And obviously, this guy at Sirens. But yeah, that's how I would go about setting them up anyway, initially. Yeah, no, I mean, I haven't used Gumtree in a very long time, but it does seem like it's just got a bit more, less scamminess on it. Yeah, it looks like we've missed one. Oh, he was at Nacional. Sometimes we will just miss players like that on account of the fact that it takes sometimes up to 3 years for our team reports to come through. I think we're at about 2 years and 10 months currently on the cycle, meaning that there is occasionally going to be guys that are just completely slipped through the net. But that happens, right? Bermuda, Bahrain. Dandytown Hornets is never a bad. Somerset Trojans honestly sounds like a condom brand. But specifically for people from, like, Taunton. Oh, the badge as well looks like a pub/cricket club. Oh, they've actually got a cricket club in the... Oh. Yeah, exactly. If it was a perfect method, then I actually think I would find it less fun. Because the only way that you could get more perfect than that would be to quite literally just turn attribute masking off and use filtering. Or just use the editor at that point, right? That's the way I'm looking at it. We've got these guys here who are St. Bart's Portuguese. Interesting. It do, in fact, be a cricket club. Nikita Shukhanov or Shukhanov. Okay, don't see Belarusians on here very often. Oh, Harv, did we not mention this when you've been in stream? Oh, sorry, for some reason, when I first told chat, because we found out about it, Harv, while I was live, right at the end of a stream. And it was someone with a blue name, but I think it was actually Inferno was just taking the piss and was just like, my god, charity streams, merch, all that sort of jazz. Yeah. So yeah, basically, Harv, Pog and I went to see a house last week, which I'm sure you were aware of that. But essentially, we are now going through the process of getting approved on it, basically. So we've been accepted and everything. Like, it's let agreed.
This month. Here's to many, many more months of sick heart, sick Harold.
For the 18 months, my friend. I hope you're having a fabulous day. And yeah, it was on behalf of... It's because you have the exact same colour text and both have the prime... Like, from afar, your Twitch... Other than the mod symbol, it's really hard to distinguish between you two when you're right next to each other. So yeah. At the moment, we're just going through, like, you know, the reference stuff, basically. But that's, in theory, should be a formality. They're just checking to make sure that everything is, like, not a lie, basically. So we should be good. So I'm going to go around to some youth training. Do you know what? I agree, actually. Now, the frequency at which we're able to do it is obviously absurd, but that's just the way that FM's mechanics work, right? I think truly it should take into account travel time, and it should actually stop me from sending the same scout to, like, Belarus and then Colombia the next morning, because logistics. But, you know, I think I get annoyed with that. A reference. I suspect that would more likely lose me the house. I just make Harv... I don't think Harv could be trusted with that kind of power. I suspect that we would end up with pasta-based things. The private jet, I mean, I suppose. We all look the same to him. You don't know, you see. Not got that Prime badge next to you. I'm joking, of course. Oh, dear. Pastorelli reference, though. Depends what you're doing with it, right? Pretty much. I really enjoyed the Fulham game last night as well. Covering the assignments to the locals gathering. Yeah. No, I see. I think that I wish FM had slightly more detail on the scout stuff in a way. Also, how's it going, Mats? Have you had your stuff yet from the Norwegian FA? This is Mats, am I allowed to tell chat about that, or is that still hush hush? Because I would like to be able to promote that, because I think that's really, really cool. How many puns can you fit into a housing reference? I dread to know. It's this thing called Lettings Hub. Basically, it's like this service that they hire and then they check all the references for you. Ooh, a Fulham player, Elsid Brathwaite, who Fulham got from these guys. Ooey, Blackbirds, which is cool. Can't go wrong with that. Put down the Fulham man. No. Eat spaghetti. I do want a pillow that's just like this, but like really like basically written in like proper cursive, all fancy, like the sort of things that mums would have, that just says live fast, eat ass. And I want to see how long it would take for someone to notice. He's about to do something silly. No. Yeah, I think we've been playing some good stuff lately. I think I actually would like people to continue underestimating us right now. No, all right, I'll put down the Fulham player, I promise. Right, we're moving on. We've got a couple of overpriced Chinese guys. Lu Song, which is just me singing on the toilet. Good stuff. Laugh, laugh, laugh. I really do want that Vaughan quote on it. The laugh, laugh, laugh one. It's up there with one of the funniest things that anyone's ever said in chat. And particularly as it's not that funny out of context, but in context, it absolutely broke me. You signed a deal on the gear yesterday. That's so cool. So basically, chat, Matt's Mastermind in chat, which I love that name, by the way, is, I'm sure most of you are already aware, he is one of the Norway team from the FIFA E World Cup, the Football Manager World Cup that we did. Lovely guy, both him and his teammate, lovely gents. But basically, he's now got a contract with the Norwegian FA, and they've actually sent him gear to stream FM. And I think that's really, really cool that they're doing. So yeah, do drop Matt's a follow. In fact, I will sort you out now with that, if I knew how to do it. No doubt, by the time I've done round typing all these words in. Hang on, has it worked? There it has. So yeah, drop him a follow, because he will be starting to stream soon, which is dope. Yeah, so there was me, and both the Norwegians were also called Mats. Well, I say they were called Mats. It was, yeah. We won the Champions League again. Shame FA don't care. To be fair, they do care. They actually did a pretty impressive thing. Particularly, there's something cool coming. That's all I can say. I'm not going to be streaming next Tuesday, though, because one, that's the house date, but also I'm doing something else that day. Potentially quite cool. So, we've got this guy, Jean Ipua, who's wanted, presumably by... Who? Oh, okay. Pegging. Yes, it is indeed pegging, yes. Doing talking with John Terry. Other clubs doing Europe. Balsan got to the semi-finals of the Conference League, got bonked out of it, basically, by Stade Rennais. Unfortunately, Gudja and Tarshin lost to the quarterfinals of the Europa. Yeah, that implies that this guy's probably quite decent. Do we just sign him? Get in there ahead of the Qataris. Local team have ooh, Norway's going to be really tough because of the registration rules and the loan rules in Norway, especially. Yeah, pasta pegging with SYC. Yeah, I would say he's pretty much guaranteed loan farm quality, and he's 18, so he's had a little chance to develop a little bit too. Who's this? He's at RZ already, which probably means, I mean, we'll get him scouted, of course, but I suspect they would ask for actual money, which is just, yeah. Do we see the guy called Challenger? Dana Challenger. Could play 50 seasons. I mean, you'd probably need it, right? Because we're in season 29 now of this save. And that's with Malta, right? So this is Dana Challenger from West Bay, Cayman Islands. In you come, Dana. Enjoy Dingley. I know you will. See, never let me say I don't sign anyone. Just sign the memes. What a chap. There's also Darwin Brown and Christopher Watson. Right, Costa Rica have been cooking. Jonathan Zamora. Okay. Luckily he's not wanted by anybody. He's got 6 caps. We'll definitely get him scouted. There's a player here, I would say. His 18ness implies that he probably surely was showing up on this list last year, right? Take another... To be fair, the FA, the FA had nothing to do with the Switzerland thing. That was actually directly done with FIFA. Well, an agency on their behalf, anyway. I didn't get involved with the FA until Aaron got me involved, which is so damn cool. Right. We've also got Roger Jimenez. Costa Rica can be like make or break. Not make or break. They can be hit and miss. Like, sometimes this kind of guy I'm more interested in because he's 16 and he's got a cap and a goal for Costa Rica, right? That's... Yeah, I suspect that he would not do that well if he had that nickname somehow. He looks like the more interesting of the bunch. And Octavio Roberto Corrales is an incredible name. We could call him ORC or Orc for short. That sounds not good. Right. Rion Philip, Domenico, Ted Bixler. Sorry, has he got two-toned hair? But where's he from? Ah, Santiago de los Caballeros. The old two hairs. Yeah, it's old Teddy Two Hairs here. Dedimar. Ah, so Dedimar has been... I know we can come back to this anyway, so I know we were at Teddy. Dedimar, because he's on loan, isn't he? He's developing, basically. Last year he played 26 games for Zabar, and they got into Europe with him in the team, which is perfect, because it means he's going to continue getting football. This is the absolutely crucial development years for him. So him playing European football with Zabar next year... Sorry, you have caps for Brazil? No way. To give you an idea, now, this guy is at 21, he has Brazil caps, and he's playing for Zabar, and he's worth 30 million quid still, which is crazy. He would be... He's still not as good, obviously, as Peters. He's still not as good as Lahovi, anywhere close, which is saying something, but he's not far off. That's awesome, actually. He's done really well. Bald hair. Oh, I see. But it looked like he actually had hair underneath it as well. Man's just hiding he hair. Which we take. Where's Barnabas? Oh, there he is. Barnabas. Yes. Yes. Sporting. Well, this is an absolute sign. This guy is going to Dingley immediately. Like, he is trash, but he's called Barnabas. And he was born in Gagil. Oh, dear. Love of his life was in crying. We've got the house of us. That's awesome. Continues with this stream. Look, I never said I was a normal person, all right? Like, I don't know how to react to things like this. I sort of witness joy through other people. That makes me happy. It sounds strange, but seeing Pog so happy makes me happy, right? She was crying her eyes out, bless her. The best part is, chat, I don't know if you can hear it, but I think you can on the clip because I've watched it back. You can actually hear Pog's footsteps up the stairs, the stomping as she's flying up the stairs. I think you can actually hear it getting louder in the clip. Well, yeah, we've got Barnabas. We've got to get Barnabas in. Apothecary, or Apoc the Carry. Thank you very much for the follow. That's a great name. I like that. I would buy potions from you. And perhaps wool. Yeah, we'll do a bit of that. He's in. We're getting Barnabas. Like, presumably, the reason you show up to my streams is because I sign players like Barnabas. That's what we do. Well, are we scouting Micronesia? Oh, we're not. He's on the Natty Cappy list. Oh, dear. It's a different background. I know. And do you know what? Harv, get ready for all the B&M furniture. I'm literally just going to furnish everything that I can with B&M furniture, man. They have a whole Tromsø range. Clip of house. I don't know if there's actually a clip of it, because it's like a long little segment. It's the end of Thursday's stream, like right at the end of Thursday's stream, like once I go to full face cam. I was literally finding someone to raid, and then Pogs come bouncing up the stairs. We've got Wabishet Demissy, who I'm signing because his name is Wabishet. Or Wobbuffet, indeed. Yeah, I went on a little bit longer after we found out, of course, because I was chatting to chat and losing my shit. Internally, you see. I mean, technically, it could all still fall through from here. We've not, like, confirmed. Wait, they want 200 grand for this? Sorry, who are you? I respect them. He wants 4 grand. Is this guy actually good? We're going to have to pay a £500,000 for him from an Ethiopian team. Do they know something I don't? He does have 8 caps at 18. That is quite a lot. They are the biggest team, but even so. Like, what's the age? Yeah, there's a few other younger players in there, like Gebre Michael and Solomon Mulugeta, but he's got 8 caps at 18. That is a lot. So he might actually be... Maybe he's got decent PA, I don't know. I don't think he likely does. But still, you said there was a Palace lad in there. Don't tell me Palace have actually got a good Ethiopian player and I've missed him. That would irk me. I would be irked by it. Where's Crystal Palace? Oh, yeah. Sheikh Fali. Oh, that's probably a youth... Yeah, so he's come through Palace's youth system. Which makes sense. They do have a good one. So we've got Fiji here, of course. We've got Barnabas. Georgi Pruidze. Okay. Don't want to punt on him because he could be wildly expensive, but 3 caps for Georgia. Russian youth rating, which I believe is higher than Georgia, although in this game it's hard to tell. He's all right, I guess. Not by huge, but yeah. Ghana, France. Oh, he's going to be ridiculous, isn't he? Yeah, David Musa. 9 caps for Ghana already. He might legit be really good, though, so definitely worth a go. Ooh, Paul de Bock. Oh, no, that's a different guy. I was looking for the Gibraltarian. Julian Gonzalez of Gibraltar, goalkeeper, so that's... You can read a lot less into that, usually. There's Ollie Mark, Sherman Straker, who is a striker. You're 1 letter away, Sherman, but big fan of Sherman Straker as a name. It's great. Guatemala, with Christian Aroche, or Aroche. I tell you what, there's some green in there. Not in useful things, but there is some green in there. Haiti, hello. Jean-Jacques Joseph. Chat, is this the reincarnation of JJ Frankie JJ? Because it do be looking a bit like it. Jean-Jacques Joseph of Haiti with 2 caps already. Plays for Cavalli, or Cavalli. Born in Leogane. He could be alright. And he's free. So it would be rude not to. And worst case scenario is Dingley. Just in you come, out you go type of jobby, right? Hong Kong, Wong Chi Wei. Oh, the jumping reach. Ah, yes, a centre-back with 3 jumping reach. Just what I always wanted. It looks like it's time for JJ Joseph Jojo. Why are words struggling? JJ Joseph JJ. There we go. Got them in the end. There's an Ali as well, and he's Iraq. Didn't we already look at... Wait, Honduras as well. Hello. Rolando Maradiaga. 16 and 2 caps. He's one to keep an eye on when he comes through. Because we know nothing about him elsewhere. This one is slightly different from the one in the Saz skin. I believe it's in my exclamation mark views folder. I hope. I think it should be. I'm going to need to recreate a lot of these views anyway. Worry they're fake. Oh, it could be. Debut against French Guiana. It's the same... same region. In fact, that was literally a week ago. Nope. Legit caps against St. Vincent and French Guiana. Okay. If Honduras are feeling the need to put him in their team, that encourages me. I'm a fan. There's also José Garcia right underneath, who's 18. He feels puntable. Like, he's under $1 million. There's enough green on here that he was enough to get a cap. I don't mind a bit of José Garcia. Low wages, low move. No way they would surely demand £1 million for him. I wouldn't have thought so anyway. No, look at that. 300k. And a friendly they'll never call in. Done. Right, Kazra Golami. Oh, thank you for making the clip. Yeah, it actually didn't get clips at the time. Kazra Golami, he's a bit alright as well, actually. I want to scout him a little bit more, but this looks solid. This... If he's on the lower end of these, it could be bad. Particularly tackling. And heading, for that matter. But still. Right, what about you? Ali. 2 caps for Iraq at 17. Tell you what. Al Zora, or Zavra, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, is the club you're going to... If you're going to get a good Iraqi player, it's going to come from them. Like we did with Mayhem Sultan. Yeah, very determined, which means he's likely to have a reasonable personality in there somewhere. He's definitely one to keep an eye on. It's really got to be on that. Eden Yanach. Tough to know. 18 as well. Tough to know how good he's actually going to be. Jamaican dude from Cavalier. Akeem McDonough. Well, he's got some okay attributes in there. Good work rate. Oh, wow. Hello. This is fun. A Jordanian Greek centre-back called Kostas Tikas, who actually looks quite good. 5'11", admittedly. But that's really fun. All the friendly matches. I know one year they were just... They'll take their thumb off the end of the hose and it will just burst the banks, and all of a sudden it's just friendlies for days. So Chav informed me that those friendlies are broken in FM and AI clubs can't call them in if they're from abroad. Yeah, Jordanian Greek in the Netherlands. It's delightful. I actually only just realised that he's in the Netherlands. I thought he was at like Olympiacos or something. Which means Dutch youth rating as well. Dutch youth rating on a... Where was he born then? Archie. What a weird set of... What's an interesting set of nationality combinations. Very much. I like him. We'll see. Oh, here's the overpriced Saudis. Essa Al-Shamari. Quite a good player as well, but like 16 million quid. Like, get on your bike. We've got Yaha Al-Mosha. Again, very good player. God, they do produce some quality Saudis. He'll be expensive. Maybe. Sometimes you can get some good deals in Netherlands. Usually not from Feyenoord, but if he's good, right? A couple of guys at Lao. Liberian dude. Libya. I always look at Libya because they've actually produced some guys. Again. Like, he's not horrendous. It feels like in this save, Libya have just... Wait, did I miss a Korean? Holy shit, hang on one sec. I'll circle back. Did I actually miss a South Korea? As in South Korea? Oh shit, yeah. Yeom Ji-sung. Not even a goalkeeper. And his name is Yom. Or Eom. Hopefully he's got good energy. I mean, the fact is, it'll be hard for him to not have solid... If he's getting career caps, which... Cap against Uzbekistan, same Confederation. Adam DeBeast, thank you for the follow. Punch straight away. Thing is, we don't know his... too young. Fair enough. He's only 16 as well. Definitely going to be working on him. More scouts equals, in theory, yes. It means that you'll get more scout reports and thus you will work through the list quicker. I don't know how the recruitment focuses interact with that, honestly. I've not really tried it because we don't really have that many of them on go at one point. Any real point. Are they real caps? I mean, Uzbekistan. March this year. Yep. Played a friendly there. And I feel like he must have played in this one as well. Incredible. So there's either that or there's just an absolute dirge of strikers in the South Korean squad. But he does look very intriguing to me. Thank you, Dan. I'm glad someone picked up on that joke. I like him. Ooh, we've had some good ones here. St. Lucia always doing some... Oh, hang on. I want to look at Mohamed El Damani. Not as convinced by that Libyan, but lovely kit they've got working on here. Loads of St. Lucians. B1. The rest of the bananas in pajamas are in tatters right now. Big players. If these guys aren't all 6 foot, I'll be disappointed. 5'11", get out. Terran Myers. 5'11", get out. Vito Emmanuel. 6'4", there you go. Superb. Abroad Maltesers. Yeah, why not? I want to run through all the things. We've not done... We've not got 20 years. We've got 20 years plenty. There's all sorts of scouting we can do today. I just want to, have fun, do scouting. These are my mottos. A couple of Lesotho guys, but they're not going to be good, are they? This guy, hang on. At least it's on Mozambique's side, so they're slightly better youth rating. But how is this guy unhappy already? Oh, that's funny. Wait, you're actually not awful. Yeah, it's as usual. It's just me on Tinder again. The Lao guys' first names. These guys. Do you mean Thitsefani Philipong? Which I love that. I almost read that as Fit Stephanie, which would just be some girl you know. Souk Savannah. No, Souk Savannah. Souk Savannah as well. Just good names. Or Titsophone. That also works. Wait, what? Titsaphone works. Macau, there's a... What? That's very impressive looking badge. Lao Dutu. I felt like the problem with Lao is that the names are long, but you rarely get those like incredible banger of a names like Thaddeus Prospera or Rickson Hackett. Those are just incredible names. St. Lucia really does deliver when it comes to names for the most part. Antonius President, for example. Eden President. Lots of Josephs, obviously. Travis President, of course, is a guy we've already got. The guy called Iran Joseph. We looked at these guys last year, if I recall. Germal Cassius. Yeah, it's just... Also, love this tiny stand here. Big fan of this essentially being a stepladder that you get to sit on. French original times. Yeah, I suppose. We've got Madagascar here, which is incredible because his name actually fits on the screen here. And he's called Cat Lego, which is never a bad thing. Loads of guys from... I always do this. Maldives. New Radiant is a great name. They're just not very good players, are they? Yeah, you see some bad boys. I think we signed a bad boy already, actually. MN Primate. Thank you for the follow. A Montenegrin. Ooh. And he's called Gordon. I know it's Gordon, but it's Gordon. It's a Montenegrin bloke called Gordon. Nežević. This is good signs. Vozdovats is good because it's Serbian youth rating. Okay, we like Gordon. Sorry, Gordo. But are you Montenegrin? Mongolian here with Bayamagnai Lagvusuran. What if there's another Thai guy on here potentially? Oh, Mozambique dude. Victor Jr. I got excited. Mozambique's a tough one. I think the best Mozambique player I've ever seen is Eurico Luis. Was he Eurico? He was Mozambique, wasn't he? Montserrat, Mauritania. This guy Alger. Ah! This is Nouakchott Kings. The team whose name has a typo in it. Or something. I listened to the latest episode of Sweeper Podcast where they were talking about these guys, were they not? I can't remember the exact way that the typo works. And it's already escaped me, but I believe there's a typo in their name when it comes to the way that there's an apostrophe or supposed to be an apostrophe or something like that. Yeah, Nouakchott Kings is supposed to be an apostrophe between the G and the S. Which makes even less sense, but makes more sense when you know the story behind it. Which I won't explain because I've forgotten it. We've got Yangon United here with Ong Kwang. I've never seen the surname HTWE. Tway? I guess it's pronounced. Yes, like Wallowes. They actually talk about Wallowes as well. Hello, Lavinio. Explain it. No, I refuse. Source, trust me, bro. Beyond belief. Really? I've never seen Gordon spelt with an A like that before. In the UK, it's either Gordon or Gordon, right? There you go. Mauritania's league is currently being topped by a guest club from Sudan. Not far behind is Nouakchott Kings, whose name is often misspelt. Good lord. Do I have to click every item in the screen? Yeah, these are the guys. But yeah, listen to Sweeper. This is my daily reminder to you to listen to Sweeper. Right. We've got Civics. That's Namibia. Nicaragua sometimes? Rarely. I'm trying to think if I've ever had a really good Nicaraguan player. El Salvador occasionally. Nepal. We've got Milan Karki, which is great. And then Harry Geary, which is a Laxman. Good for solid first name. And a guy that just plays for a team called Friends. Oh, literally football friends. Like that. Big fan. And we're United. I mean, he's not even there yet, is he really? I mean, he's got as much chance as any other manager, really, doesn't he? A couple of guys from Niger. Ooh. Northern Mariana Islands. That's a rare one. We don't see many Northern Marianas, particularly with Korea, second national... Wait, don't they all have that, actually? Panamanian, dude. Sometimes they can be good. Like that. Yes. Yes, please. Hello, Panama. We'll have you. I probably should have asked his agent, but I'm not sure if he even had one. Either way, I'll pay the 45 grand. Yeah, he does feel a bit Ramosy. A couple of Philippine guys. Michael Lobaton. Good though to see Louboutin there. Daniel Soriano. Yeah, these guys are not it, basically. The guy whose surname was Bogild. He had a hit list on his wall of companies who sent him mail. Quite a few. Oh, Boglin. That actually took me a moment to work that out. Oh, dear. Michael Boglid. That's tremendous. This guy here, Mohammed Al-Shalua. Couple of guys from Papua New Guinea. Gidas One, Andrew Ray. Couple of Puerto Rican dudes in here. It was almost like Goodya, yeah. He's here for Gary Cotterill, obviously. Kingpin Mick. Thank you for the 16 months, my friend.
I might catch up with the VODs sometime soon, hopefully before FM25. Embarrassed smiley face.
In it. Well, luckily you got plenty of time before FM25 at least. So, this guy. Oh, he's actually kind of good, isn't he? He's just really... I want to see what he's like, but that would be kind of fun. Because he's actually not even that bad. Came through at Rutshiro. Which is literally a team I'm not even allowed to... Oh, wait, hang on. Now it's letting me click it. That was weird. They've got a Gideon in there too. Taking a watch. Oh, no way! So that's where El Gordo came from. That's cool. He is a bit defensive, yeah. More for the loan farm, and it would cost us a lot of money. We've got Kevin Placide. He's more my cup of tea, I must admit. Kevin Placide's got some attributes. I mean, they're not amazing, but they are there. I'm punting more than normal on these guys for some reason today. So Russian blood to the head. I'm getting the cheap guys to make up for the fact that the money's all gone. Mighty Blackpool. Salvador. Sorry, El Salvador. Rob. Oh, another Menyavar. Last Menyavar was really good. He is not. A few guys from the Solomon, Sri Lankan, Colombo. Shout out to Mohammed, Anisdeen, Therindu Eranga. Good, solid work. 3 guys from Eswatini as well. 3 Tahitian Frenchmen. It's not... Oh, hang on. An actual Thai guy. Chaichan Pituteka. Good work rate. Okay. 18 caps, by the way, at 18 years old. Like, that work rate intrigues me. He's certainly not going to be sure about it, let's put it that way. Lottie91, thank you for the follow. Hope you're on a fabulous Tuesday. Sorry, my bad. Taiwan, Trinidad, Jake Marks in there. UAE. Yusuf Mohammed Ibrahim. Good, but you have to pay the premium for it. Sounds like someone do fake karate. Great acceleration but no pace. This guy here. Technically, he could actually have higher acceleration than pace. Sorry, he could have higher pace than acceleration. You just don't... Stop judging him, man. Wait, you say Uruguay? Oh my god. Hello, Uruguay. Lucas Abreu. Oh, one of the Rwandans. Oh, you're not wrong, actually. Yeah, look. 11 acceleration minimum, but he's only got a maximum of 8 pace. What's the betting that that's the exact numbers we have? Right, Uruguay, hello. How's it going, Uruguay? You are indeed a guy. Right back. He's got cat. Let's just check the cap first. Japan. A while ago as well. He's all talk. Okay, that could be a fake cap. Japan last year. Nope. Played a friendly against Japan. There we go. So it's a legit cap. Intriguing. I think we ask about him. He can't be that expensive, right? Oh, he actually can. Competition for places. Really? So fake caps. Basically, what? Hadrian's better at explaining it, but essentially there are players that can sometimes get international caps when they're not actually real international caps. So basically what happens is a player gets international caps, retires, the ID associated with the player is then reused on a regen that comes through in that same period, and then it allocates those international caps to the new regen player. So you sometimes see a random guy who gets like 2 caps for Argentina when he's like 16. So for example, we had a guy called Bossio who had the exact same thing. And because of the ID reusing, which makes it more difficult for things like skins and stuff, you can sometimes get like players with caps that don't actually have the caps, basically. Usually it'll be like a player who's got random England caps, but his debut was against like Uzbekistan, and England never played Uzbekistan, for example. Basically, the best example I can give you is Mateus Bossio, right? This guy here. I think. Or was it this guy? Oh, no, it wasn't Bossio, was it? Maybe it was this guy. Yeah, he's only got a couple of caps, but his first international debut was against El Salvador in 2038. So, for example, if we go look at Argentina, and on their schedule, 2038, you'll notice that they never played El Salvador during that year. So the caps that he got were actually... I love that Hadrian knows the name of the guy. So they played against Puerto Rico and a guy called Arsenio Santamaria, and he got allocated the same ID as him, so we stole his international caps. Because again, they changed the system of the game and didn't actually think about the consequences of doing so. Imagine. I mean, as it happened, Bossio turned out to be good anyway, but... Yes, you're right. He was the first example of this. I just completely flaked on his name. This guy worries me. He's very expensive. 5 million quid for him. He does have a cap for Uruguay at an early age, which gives me confidence, but I'm just worried that he's not actually that good. This guy, if anything, is kind of fun. Vanuatu with loads. Vietnam. Tran Phong Nam. Love that he's got Nam at the end of his name. Unfortunately, he's... missing international duty with a torn... He's missing a lot of games with a torn hamstring, so literally it'll be like he weren't even there, man. Virgin Islands. Wales at Tottenham. We've got Matthew Roberts, who obviously is ridiculously good. Oh, medal history. Maybe. No, it's only... It doesn't even take their entire... Basically what happens is it's a player that comes through, gets caps really early in like a really unfancied nation, and then just like just retires really young for the most part anyway. And then Zimbabwe, blessed... Malaria. Wow! You indeed are blessed. Look at him! Plays for Bulawayo Chiefs, but my God. Absolute banger of a player. Look at the work rate on him. Oh, yes! Blessed. We've been blessed by his presence in and around us. Do you know what? You can have the money. I should have done that, but oh well. Vanuatu, they've got some guys, but they've got Harry Regen Vanu. So there is that. Vanuatu never really does it, does they? Cloud Damelip. Jacob David. Octav. Ooh. Can he play Octotrek, perhaps? What you like as a Trek? He could technically. And then Lexa Wilkins. You've got our own Regen van. We don't need another one. Right, 20 is plenty. Actually, we'll do the Maltese search first. I want to get them all queued up at once. Is it Malta hunting? Nothing specific. Thank you for the 11 months. That's very kind of you. I hope you have a lovely day. Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? Wait, why is that set specifically from... Nugent Vanu? It's true. You're not wrong. I reckon you should tweet Miles about that so he can block you if he hasn't already. Yeah, why is it set between 23 and 23? Or was it? That didn't actually help much, I suppose, but I think it was just glitching out. It did seem to add a couple of players on there. So we've got random guy at an Albanian club here. A couple of guys... I'll scout the whole lot, obviously. Be silly not to. Now, of course, some of these guys will... be players that have already joined Malta in the first place. But these two here, Eric Kermy, who I must admit, I did read that as Cummy originally. So there's that. We've got Godwin Catania as well. Bob Allen of Hamworthy. Ham is always worthy. Never let it be said that it isn't. Artem Zhinovic. Who actually began his career at Peter Hotspurs, of all teams. A Belarusian dude just randomly came through Peter Hotspurs' youth intake. Love that for them. Who's got this guy? Emerson Pereira. Oh, I see. He's a Sirens guy. Oh. That's cool. Godwin Catania sounds like a weeb self-insert for Dim. That's good. That has so many layers to it. It's not his ankle and a friendly. Oh, Jesus. Hattie on debut. There you go. I mean, who needs the old guy, right? Yes. Yeah, because Ruger... Yeah, they had 20, didn't they? They had some other stuff, too. Why did they have 20? I remember... This is a deep cut. There was a YouTube content creator back in the day called Chaz FM. He did a save with them, I believe. I think it was Chaz. Or was it FM Savage? This is real deep cut FM references. It might have been FM Savage. This is like 10 years ago. No, they aged a bit. Oh, I see. This guy's presumably... Wait, what? Chat, I'm so confused. This is Dauda Fofana. Plays for ASIC Mimosas. He's 16 years old. Has 2 appearances for them. But he's Maltese. But he's never played in Malta. I was born in Abidjan. So strange. Hang on. Can he actually speak Maltese as well? Good. Yeah, why is he Maltese? I love it for him. We'll have you. I don't think he'll be able to... Oh, he will. Except he's going to want to be a star player because he's young. That's annoying. Yeah, one of our scouts has definitely been busy. Let's have a look at Bob Allen then of Hamworthy. Oh dear, Bob is not a good footballer, is he? It's because he came from Pembroke Athletic. That'll do it. Maybe we had a Fofana, but we have had a few Fofanas. There was Drammond Fofana, but he wasn't... Wait, you're still at Arsenal? Just checking to make sure he's got no random children. He's also Marleyan. God, the fact that we lost him for free and he went to Arsenal for 60 million 2 years later. That's, by the way, right there, is what those wage... That's what the value drops will do to you. Loads of Al Jazeera guys. Those are Libyan dudes in here too. Few straight up. Guy at Woking. Perugia. Eric Tonner. I don't think he's new. Anas Al Nas. I swear we had a player called that. Oh. This isn't even the first guy we've had in this save called Anas Al Nas. I'm certain of it. Yeah, there you go. Look. I knew my brain wasn't deceiving me. There's an Irish Libyan dude called Anas Al Nas already, and he plays for Melita. I mean, he's not done well lately, but he is actually quite a good footballer. Yeah, we got a value drop, so basically all the values halved. Knowledge right there, chatto. Nothing slips by me, apart from most things. But useless stuff always manages to be maintained without an issue. There's a guy from Abergavenny here as well. Joey Jones, who's Maltese Welsh. Born in Llanelli. Melbourne Victory. Another guy from Melbourne Victory. Adrian Micallef. Well, hello there, Adrian Micallef. He's actually kind of good. For Malta standards, anyway. Loads of Nigerian dudes as well, which is good, because it means that they'll have a chance of getting good youth rating, at least. Turkish guy as well. Mehmet Kadem of Talishgushu. Don't know much about them, admittedly. He came through Pembroke, that's why. But still, this guy's the... And he's a straight-up Micallef. Like, he couldn't be more Maltese. Other than, I suppose, if he was called Gauchi, I guess. Right, what about 20 is plenty? Did he really? Wait, did they steal him from Bikikara? Oh, they did! They poached him from Birkikara's youth. Watch this be the only good player that Birkikara would have got on the entire save. Maybe this is that guy, like the one that you got in the test save. Maybe it's just him, but he's been poached by the rude people over at Melbourne Victory. He'll get Malta caps. In fact, I'm actually surprised that he doesn't have them already. I mean, he's got 2 under-21 caps, so presumably he was born in Birkikara. Oh, he was born in Malika. Okay. Wait, isn't Malika in Gozo? Am I being thick here? No, he's not quite Kamanzuli. No one can be. Right, 20 is plenty. See what we get. It's usually about 35 to 40 players. Bang on 35. All right, then. We move. I want to actually have a look through these guys as well as scout them, just in case there's any absolute craziness in here that might be worth a punch straight away. Otherwise, they might get lost in some of our scouting later. So, 2 Argentinian guys. Facundo Ferrario. Okay. Looks all right. Yeah, like the Vietnamese guy, for example. Emiliano Gonzalez. 20 years old, though. But there might still be something there. What we really want is the ones that are like this guy. Dario Martin of Anderlecht. You say there's a Fulham guy in there? Well, then. Why didn't you say? There could be something there. 6'4". Good jumping reach, potentially. Hello, Daniel. Thoughts on the limbs from last night? I bet you. I saw you were at the game. I saw in your Insta. Absolute scenes. Yes. Exclamation mark filters, I believe, has them all in there. Yeah. Copenhagen guy. Imagine. Yeah, there was a guy that invaded the pitch as well, wasn't there? This guy, Francois Xavier Barry. Huge fan of that. Particularly as we obviously had Francois Xavier Hardy on the MTK save, the original overpriced Belgian. Going to court and a 2-year ban? No way. That doesn't seem worth it somehow. From the village next to the Sirens' hometown. Damn straight. Oh, is Malika right near St. Paul's Bay? Match made in heaven. Francois Xavier Barry. It somehow makes him sound worse for whatever reason. There's also this guy, Lima, who's Brazilian. Few potential 20s in there. Colo, Benjamin Nunez. 17 years old. Oh, why couldn't one of the things be his jumping reach? Oh, no, honestly, when we scored the equaliser, I was like, right, it's disappointing and we've got to stop doing these 1-1 draws, but at least it's us getting the late equaliser and not losing the game, at least not conceding the late equaliser like we have been. It's Barret. My apologies, chat. But then the fact that he went and got the second one, crazy. We'll have to watch this for 2 years. Some might say that's a blessing. Also, I saw your Bristol City Evo team. Got to get that Joe Bryan a little bit better. Dan, I luckily just finished eating pasta. And as a result, I was able to get absolute limbs. My throat hurt for a while afterwards. I was like shaking Pog's skeleton out of her body. Oh, moments. I don't think I've celebrated a goal like that, watching it where I was, just behind me, since Dennis Adoy's goal in the playoff semi-final against Derby County. Genuinely. That's the last time I celebrated a goal like that, I feel like. We've got Silvio Humiliak, who's Croatian, and at Dinamo Zagreb. He's one to definitely keep an eye on. That's why I like 20 years penny, because you get guys like that we'd have to wait for our report on Dinamo to come around, right? We'd also have to wait for a while before he gets those under 21 caps. Although maybe if I was looking at the under 19s, the fact that he's already got under 19 caps as well at 16, and he's not even been 16 that long. 3 rows in front, no way. Yeah, that's the fact that it was against Brentford as well. I'm sorry, Daz. Sigma as well. Mr. I don't bother with vowels in my surname. Tadeusz, or I guess Tadeusz. Schmersley? I wouldn't even know how to say that surname. By the way, holy God, look at the state of Tadeusz. He's unbelievable. Not entirely sure what he is yet. Can you tell what it is yet? He's very much... Actually, I'll tell you what it is. He's an attacking midfielder. And he's got a bit of finishing about him too. Oh. Lock him into the play style. Yeah. See, I'm really happy with how I've got Sessegnon now. Because now that he's 86 rated and he's absolutely goated, I honestly can't be bothered with the Trailblazers, Anthony Robertson, even though the card does just look really nice. Chat, question for you, for those of you that play EAFC. Have they reduced the requirements for rivals to 35 points from 45? Because I was on the web app this morning just relisting some players, and I went round onto rivals and it said 35 points. They have. Fuck yeah. I always felt that 15 wins was a little bit much. Because I haven't been able to... The last couple of weeks I've not managed to get the... Because I don't have time for 15 wins. And I'm shit. Like, there's that too. I'm really glad of that, actually. That makes more sense. That feels doable. That's like, what? 11 wins and a draw or two? That I'm fine with. That was actually a good decision. Have on Brian. That's solid, though. And at least I suppose the fact that he's at Millwall means that you can at least link him up with other Bristol City players now. Whereas if he was a Premier League player, that would be much more difficult, I guess, because of the annoyingness. But do you know what I really hate? I hate that all of the good fullbacks all don't have fullback plus. They all have attacking wingback or wingback plus. And the tactic I use, which I just really, really like, has fullbacks and not wingbacks, because I find they just get caught out of position way too much. So casual, yeah, no, I think I'm glad that they're doing things to help the casual gamer, because I'm not the sort of guy that can grind FIFA. You know what I mean? I just don't have the time for that. But I do like enjoying a little bit occasionally. This guy's really fucking good, by the way. I really want to... We're going to scout him, obviously, but he's one I'm genuinely very excited about. I might move him up to the front of the scouting list in a minute. Remind me when we finish with these guys, because he's insane. Yashin Heimer. Tell you what, he could be quite good as well. Pace, acceleration. Not tall, though. Great tent pulse here. High aggression. Love that. Okay, good to know. Can't be accurate. Yeah, he could be Bengtson. Do you know Bengtson actually scored in one of the latter stages of the Conference League, I think it was, for Midland. I noticed it when I was looking at clips. We've got... Oh, no, we've done those guys. Well, it's 3 Danish dudes in the same one. We've got David Valleys. Tell you what. David Valleys could be good. There's a lot of yellow and green on his profile. Now, it's still big ranges, but they're actually still quite tight, a lot of these. I don't think there's anything more than like... Oh, okay, that one's got like a 6-7 point run, but for the most part... Okay. And we can do the terrible Welsh accent every time he plays. It's the dream. We could also go with Bent Gartenman, who is much worse, which is annoying, because I wish he was better. Because his first name is Bent. It's just a great first name. We've got Matthew Long Williams, which... Well, is nearly the name of my friend that died. Not entirely. He didn't have Long in there, but I just like the fact that Long Williams is a surname. It's good. MP, no doubt, for Chester. Yeah, he's very, very Long Williams. Oh, if only it was Long Richards. That would be so much better. I've got Ben Brooks, who is... Is he American? Port St. Lucie, Florida. Ben Brooks is about to take the American national team by storm here, I feel like. Why is Flash Score going off? Oh. I was like, what? Bent is a plausible name. Can you get Bent as a surname for Danish players? Because if so, then yeah. We've got Ches Wilshere. Oh my god, he's actually come through at Arsenal as well. Move over, Jack Wilshere. We've got Ches Wilshere from Watford. Just Ches as a first name. I'm a big fan of that. You can get Bent Bengtson. Ah, true, yeah. That's true. Maybe it is just Shay Wilshere and it's just about his house. We haven't considered that. Does that mean we can find a guy whose name is like Shays Lange? Because I'm here for it. Armando Torres. He's just a big tackle, isn't he? And he's 6'3" as well. Cheshire Cat could be. I guess it's... I don't know, actually. I think sometimes people called Chris get called Ches. I mean, I'm literally basing this solely off of Chesnoid Gaming. That's good tackle. Cheslot. Oh, yeah, you're right. That could be... Should we just find guys called Ches? Oh, we can't. Well, we can, but it wouldn't be very easy. There's Chen Han, Chris Jones, Choi Dong Min, Sim Jong... No, not happening. Big tackle. It's what you want on a striker, right? Wait, not on a striker. I don't want big tackles on my strikers, only if they're going to hit people with it like a hammer. You know? I'll refund you points for that. What about you at PSG? Devon Medina. Not even the best Devon. The best Devon is Devon Taves. Man United. Amadou Jatta. Oh, no. They've got a guy from the Gambia. That's annoying because he's really good. Wait, I skipped the Rayo lad. No, I looked at the Rayo lad. He was the guy with the big tackle. There is actually a guy in our recruitment focuses currently that has a really low release clause. He's like 1.2 million from, I think, Real Sociedad. So when we get him back, we could find some good stuff. Oh, wow. Cool name. Garip Ajbulak. Albeit a Gladbach, so he'll be costing a lot of money. Iranian? Raheem Mansouri. He's only just scraping into 20 as plenty as it is. But we've got this guy as well. What? John Athelstein Nicolason. Well, hello, Athelstein. Is Ethelred about? We sign him immediately, right? I know he's 20, which does mean that he's probably not as good as we think, but hot diggity dog. We haven't had a good Icelander, really, since Gudmundsson. I mean, Gudmundsson is the best Icelander, possibly even the best Icelandic player I've ever seen. So he kind of takes the biscuit. And the fact that this guy's actually more expensive than Gudmundsson as well. Mad. Yeah, Iceland players, if you can get them cheap, if you can get them and they're good, they are always cheap. I've never paid more than about 200k for an Icelandic player. From an Icelandic club, I should stress. We've got Hansley Bennett here. Is he really 100k? Probably not, you know. Do you know what? Probably not. When he joins us, it'll be worth like 50. Hansley Bennett. I for some reason going to pronounce that Hansley Benet. Go Iceland. Yeah. No, totally understand why you would. We got Yuri Yamamoto. Not sure. Zoran Teleshki of Varazdin. Wait a minute. Oh, he's only on a youth contract. We might as well wait for them to put him on an amateur deal. Because they'll have, like, compensation. Oh, they won't have compensation. Okay, we're signing him. That reminds me, we need to look at Macedonia again. Oh, he's too young for the loan, isn't he? We need to step in and take a little gander at the North Macedonia. Oh, now there's compensation. Oh, good. 1.1 million. I hate that it shows it on this screen and not the other one. Why does this information not appear prior? I should have checked, really. Oh, well, we'll come back for him at some point. Not paying £1 million for him when we could get players from North Macedonia for free that are just as good. Adi Dowd. Oh, this is a banger. Yeah, I was... It's probably one of my favourite songs on this album, actually. Place in My Head was, I think, my favourite song on Hybrid Theory. You're right, I did say Varazdin. It's because he is North Macedonia. You're right, Varazdin is Croatia, not North Macedonia. That's why they want so much money for him. I just saw North Macedonia and my eyes lit up. Like Alexander the Great. I don't know if that joke even works. Yeah, Adi Dad does look very good. And his name is Adi Dowd. So we got that too. We have them on. Yeah, I mean, I think I've got both Hybrid Theory and Meteora's entire albums on this playlist just because those two albums are like my childhood. I adore both of those albums. Cure for the Itch. I still don't even mind Cure for the Itch. I don't have it on these playlists, I don't think, because it isn't really a song per se. David Cassidy. My mum would be over the moon if I signed a player called David Cassidy. He was like her favourite singer slash... This is perfect. It's David Cassidy. Where's the rest of the Partridge Family? Was he in the Partridge Family? This is where my mum comes into chat and she's like, no, you absolute heathen. He wasn't in the Partridge Family. Breaking the Habit. That's a good song, though. I didn't appreciate it at the time, but it is good. We're definitely scouting David Cassidy, for sure. It's from Randallstown, Northern Ireland. Like that. And he's actually got some nice temp pulse here. Dribbling and finishing are goated. First touch could be solid too. Pace and acceleration could be anywhere, right? He was Keith Partridge. There you go. We'll have some of the Partridge Family there too. I'll get the big plate. Well, I've gone all the way back. Couch in your save. Wait, you found a guy called Couch? Oh, wow. Look at the Couchmans. Sorry, the very specifically McGreevy Couchmans. The Northern Irish footballing dynasty of very similar ages. I like that there's not one... Wow, they are all really close in age too. I Think I Love You. Good. I don't know any other David Cassidy songs, I'm afraid. Called... That's the guy. Yeah, that's the guy. The Espanol lad called Lou or Yo. That's the guy I was on about. Luke Couchman's facing the game. Ah, I see. So he's just infected the name pool. That makes sense. But where did the McGreevy part come from is my question. Tommy Zeknini does not sound like a Norwegian name. But he's from Skien. That's where they get, that's like the cheap clothes for when you're doing alpine sports, basically. It's kind of like Skien, but it's for skiers. Oh, sorry. It deserves no response, but it's going to get one anyway, because, damn it, that was some clever wordplay. Sindri Axum. What does he do with trees? I'll leave that to you. He could be alright, actually. A couple of Norwegians in here as well. I'm here for these jokes, is what I do. 2 South Africans as well. Clever doing a lot of undeserved heavy lifting, how dare you. Yeah, 4 to 14 is just like, he either can tackle a ball or doesn't know what a tackle is. Right, we've got Godfrey Davids. Godfrey could be useful. All right, we see you, Goddess. And then Shibasiso Sotetsi. Again. Oh, okay. Turns out Balzano already had this idea. That's good to know. Serbian dude here. Uroš Matic. Not convinced. Mura can sometimes be... Okay, could be something there. It's very precision hair as well. I respect it. We've got Mohammed Ben Hassan. Oh, maybe not. And then Turkey. Burke. Sensational scenes. And then Vietnamese guy at the bottom, he's the one I'm most excited about, actually. Nguyen Tien Dung. Jumping reach, he jump, he aggress, he stam, he work, and he technique. It's actually probably the 4 worst things I could see out of this. Because it's all things that don't necessarily make you a good footballer. Do you know what I mean? Like, crossing is a thing that actually helps score goals. Aggression is like neither here nor there. Jumping reach is not that important. Stamina is a thing that's fine, but like become a marathon runner. Work rate again. And technique, yeah, he has no anything useful. I'm trying to think what could have been more useless than that on him. But basically, he's a basketball player. He could be a Vietnamese Olympian, but not in the sport of soccers. Not in the sport of soccers, chat. You heard it here first. Ah, dear. Oh, prioritise, yes. Right, we've got scout report priorities. It was this guy, wasn't it? I think he was the one that oh, and David Valleys as well, while we're at it. And maybe a bit of Chaz. I think it was just those guys, wasn't it? I don't think I was that bothered about... Oh, I might prioritise David Cassidy as well. Like, what am I so afraid of? That'll do. Right, that guy I wanted to show you was actually in a recruitment focus. Wah! Okay. Just going to be very, very careful. And treat very slowly. Don't want to scare it. Would like to point out we've got 69 under 23s though. Can I get a nice? How do I get out of it? Okay. Whew. We're okay. Sorry, we almost did a meeting there. Whew. My heart was in my mouth. I was having a moment there. Right. Scouting. What I was trying to show you was recruitment focuses and a guy that I found recently. This guy. Oh, he's injured now. Yeah, the Espanol guy, whose first name is just Lou. Or is that I-U? I can't actually work out if that's a capital. No, it's an I, isn't it? His name is just Ew. Ew. Brother Ew. But there he is. 5-star potential. Yeah, so it was Espan, no, not Real Sociedad. 1.5 mil. How do you avoid fucking up your wage structure? So, that's just a lowercase L. His actual name isn't a lot better. Basically, you just don't spend loads of money on wages. So, like, to give you an idea, we've won 5 Champions Leagues in 7 years. Our highest paid player is on 130 grand a week, and then beyond him, I don't think there's anyone on above 100k. By keeping the maximum side of the wage structure low, the smaller side also stays small. That, and we have a wage budget available of £500,000 a week, and I could make that more if I wanted to. Like, if I technically wanted to, we could have £2 million a week in wage budget available. I just, well, fuck. And now we do. I guess we just live here now. Yeah, the consonant store called. They finally got stock in. Egale, Spanish or Portuguese. I think that's a Portuguese name. I believe, anyway. Okay. I'm going to press continue now. So, hold on to your hats. Because we're going to get the most immense amount of news articles basically being like, you have to sign this player now. Oh, good God. Right. So this was the first guy that we really wanted to sign, but the fact that he wanted a star player is absolutely hilarious. I'm going to do it anyway, because I'm not above being silly. Had to role players giving them big wages to people. Pull back funding and now we're at 250 million in the red. Yeah. I have to role players fixing it. Don't you hate it when you have to role play fiscal responsibility? Yeah, he's really not very good either, is he? This guy has demands that he's 22 as well. I understand this sometimes when it's a young player and they're basically saying, I'll only come abroad for you if you promise me loads of playing time. But he's not even good. But I guess we're going to find out. Jose Garcia, right, that's more like it. Youngster, final loan move. Now we're talking. This is the kind of language that I am speaking. With great relevancy and fluency. Relegation release clausio. Excelente. See, I'm communicating. Yeah, we'll reject that. Al Masri, you were one of the cheap Libyan guys, were you not? I believe incorrectly. No, I don't believe incorrectly. Everything I believe is true. God damn it. And I won't say otherwise. Well, I certainly wouldn't say otherwise. That would be pointless. Right, cool. Reject the loan back. Martinez. Who are you? You're a youngster as well, which is fine. Oh, he's the Panamanian dude, isn't he? He's the Panamanian devil. Bit of that. Only going to give us a 6-year contract, unfortunately, which is just bad beans. None of that as well. Well, just everyone want a loan back. Yeah. Clevin Placide. He was the Rwandan guy, right? He was Mr. Rwanda. I mean, do you know, maybe he could have been. I'm sure he's very handsome. Actually, looks like he's bald at 18, but not like on purpose. So perhaps nothing wrong with being bald. You know what? You can be handsome and bald. I'm ugly with hair, so you know. Right. Abreu? No, not the Porto Rwanda. He was like 6 million quid. Sorry, 8 squad player? Oh, that's Mr. Uruguay. You're going to cause me problems, aren't you? I can already tell. But do you know what? Sometimes I like a good problem. Oh, God. You are a problem, aren't you? All right, relegation release clause. All right, fine, 4 years. I feel like I'm going to be sick of you by the end of this year at this point. Mlari. Oh, yeah, that's Blessed. Blessed I'm here for. That's Mr. Zimbabwe. I feel like we haven't had a good Zimbabwean player in this save. Why? Yeah, fuck it. You're getting one. A £1 release. Watch him not agree to it because he's got the £1 release clause. There we go. That's why. Yes. I love that you felt the need to clarify. I wouldn't have even assumed it. I'm ruggedly handsome, don't you know? That's what my mummy says. That's not true. She doesn't say that. No one has ever said that. You are Blessed. You are Mr. Iceland. Everyone's a Mr. something these days, and I appreciate it. I'm Mr. Bang Average. And that's fine. It's better than half of people, right? Or something. There we go. Hello, Nimrod. We're all right. We're just signing up random players. We've just picked up a load of legitimately random players. Distracted by David Cassidy. She's, cracking out the David Cassidy LPs. I rate it. He was also an actor, wasn't he? Because he was in Partridge Family, but he did other things too. Inspired Jaws, what's your save? I'm Mr. Card. I mean, I guess I am. Wow, he's staying up there. Right. You're... Amazingly, Krastev is actually still at Man United. When's your contract up, bud? Still got another year on it. Good God. Who knew? Oh, that's what I want to look at. Pineda. Before we go into this, I want to see if Pineda's willing to be less of a silly Billy yet. So he's leaving his contract. Does he want a cheaper wage? If he's willing to not be an absolute bell piece, which he isn't, cool. Get in there. Ozzy Mikalev. Oh, I don't know if we did, you know. Let's check it out. He would have been prior to these guys, wouldn't he? There he is. No, it's... Wait, where is he? He's one of these, isn't he? No, wait, where's he gone? Yeah, Adrian Mikalev. Am I missing him? Bottom of the Maltese one. Oh, was he there? Oh, sorry, I was looking for an Australian flag. That's what it was. I forgot that his first nationality was Malta. That's what it is. U.F. I'm just kind of glad I clicked on him. He looks better than that. Is this one of these situations where, because again, I just take Scout Report. I mean, he had a better star rating than this in the initial team report thingy when I scouted him from there. They'd have to be, right? Because basically the reason I scouted him, because when Dilagori's Scout Report came through, he was like 4 stars. So I thought, all right, we'll give him a go. But his attributes look all right. I kind of do want to keep... I want to see if this is an example of the things we talk about, where sometimes it's okay to... If we can find a good example of ignoring the star ratings. And see... Because he just looks too good to be this bad. Right? The problem is, Afonso, a lot of the time they'll happily sign for other sides in Europe before they extinguish their contracts for the same price that they would be able to sign for us after the contract thing has kind of gone, right? Went to Phoenix. Oh, nice! Only guys from Malta. No, we, it's the exact opposite of that. We literally refuse to sign players from other Maltese sides because that way they lose strength. it would be almost impossible, I would say, for them. And even look, his determination can only be 19 at the most. I don't think he'd sign for us yet anyway, though, would he? No. But hang on, I'm just going to make sure I keep... This is going to be a little test subject for us, potentially. Of just, like, to see if we can find someone who... I mean, he's not amazing, but he's certainly not... Unless he is just, like, quite good in terms of his CA, which maybe that's, like, 1 star, but then there's just no potential for him to get any better. Because, you know, sometimes you get players that generate with, like, quite high CA, but then have nowhere to grow. They're just basically almost already maxed out. He could be like a 1 star, 2 star type of guy, potentially, where he's as good as you're ever going to get. So basically, when you talk to a player's agent, sometimes it adds them to a shortlist, and I remove them, but it does it only for 30 days. So if I remove him from the shortlist and then add him back, it does it indefinitely. It's a really annoying feature. I wish you could control the length of the time that the auto shortlist add thing does, but it will only do 30 days when you ask their agent. It's so annoying. They shouldn't go on there at all, really, but yeah, such is life. Like, so these guys stick around a little bit. João Luís from Moreirense. He's 27 years old, right? I do like about these transfer window streams is that we actually have the time to look through these types of players. If this was a, like, normal stream where I was looking through loads of games and stuff, I probably wouldn't have even clicked this guy. Because... Like, he was clearly good enough for me to scout him once in the first place, because I always do that, right? But the moment I saw those stars come through, I'd have just been like, discard, right? But maybe I've got to start scouting. With those guys, maybe I should start scouting them a bit more before I discard them. Like, maybe I should get them at least extensive and then, like, at least up to reasonable before I discard them, perhaps. Because I feel like we missed a lot of players. Like, for example, this guy's probably not good either, but he's not horrendous. He's probably not worth that amount of money. But these are the kind of guys I feel like I would miss perhaps more. So maybe I should get guys to at least reasonable before I delete them from this list. Because reasonable will give us a better idea of their attributes at least. Hello, Debima. Hello, nice. Got a team full of worldies, but my key midfielders are all getting old. Despite constantly looking for replacements with various methods to loan farm. Around 300 players. Nice. That's tough. Generally speaking, we've got quite lucky in the sense that with our team... When someone's retired or aged out of the squad, we've usually got a guy who's been willing and ready to be their replacement almost immediately, or we get lucky/unlucky in that the loan farm player tends to just randomly come back. Not that I even recall them. I tend not to recall players from loan ever unless they're not playing. But, for example, even this summer, our defence has been bolstered with 2 guys that have come back from loan farms. We've got Gauto and Björklund are back. So that's just more depth. And I think you might have just got extremely unlucky, honestly. Get reasonable extensive. Yeah. I think we need to give it a little bit more on the scouting. So instead of... Yeah, get these guys to at least... so first things first, go to this. Get rid of anyone who's below this, unless they're only on minimal still. I think that's going to be my new strategy for this, because I feel like we're missing players doing this. I'm not saying those guys are going to be good, but... It's worth giving them a chance, right? Every nationality. Probably not, but I'll tell you what. If there was a way of working it out, I imagine we've done at least 80% of them. The ones we'll have been missing will be a lot of the micronations. And we do have a lot of those too, just for the memes, because sometimes they have good names in those nations. Don Baker's doing nothing for us. You're injured. You're also 16. Actually, he might sign for us. He's cheap enough to the point where I'm willing to take a punt on him, right? Because pace is okay, but he's 6'5" with crossing and dribbling. Yeah, that's because Bikikara flopped. It was exactly what we were worried about. With them not getting Europe this year for the first time in, I believe, 18 seasons, they've lost a lot of their primo talent. Luckily, they had a lot of guys on 2-year loans as always, so they get to kind of, they can eat it. Provided they can get back into Europe again this year, they'll be okay. But they did lose a few guys. They also lost Alan Douglas, but that's not really a big deal because he was never really playing for them anyway. This is too good to turn down at 1.5 million. He's injured for a while, but like, who cares? I think he's got a broken ankle, doesn't he? Oh, damn his Achilles. Okay, that's possibly even worse. Scarpellini's at Real Madrid. Jorge Luis. I like him, but now that we've got this whole finance situation again, I don't think we can really afford... And also, I just don't know what we do with him at this stage. Will he pass the medical? I think he might fail it and we can sign him anyway. Sometimes they'll let you do that. Hello. Ah. Yeah, he's just kind of not very good, is he? I was hoping when I saw this that he... Basically, I reckon this is a guy that's actually got decent PA, but he's already 23 years old. And unless we get lucky and he became a late developer, he's probably not that good. And he's injury prone. I know he's free, but I don't think I'd be willing to... Let's just see, actually. Oh, has he not even got an agent? Emergency backup. Oh, stats on me. Oh, really? Okay, go on. 21 grand a week. I don't think that's worth it. We've had it's a value drop of half. So basically all of our players are now worth half what they were before. So to give you an idea, our best player is now worth £60 million. Sorry, that's technically not true. Salamander Silver is still technically worth £90 million, but that's because we only bought him in the last year, and his value, we bought him for more than that, so the game seems to take that into account. But every other player is now worth 60 million at most. Hang on, he had that many games for the B team. Out of 92,000 players, there are only 130 late developers. That's insane. And we've had a few of them. God, how lucky did we get with Jose Otavio and Jozanovic? Although I feel like Jozanovic barely got any development from it. Contract extension for my best player with 3 years option, but cannot trigger the extension because max contract duration is 1 year. Wait, really? Surely you can still trigger extensions, right? Are you sure you can't just not trigger the extension because you're not close enough to the end of the contract yet? Managed to trace why the values dropped. We don't know why. No, we simply don't know why, really. David Shornia. It's another Georgian dude here. Yeah, so basically, if you're in a league, you can't trigger. So, for example, I have some players with 3-year contract extensions, but they're on like 4-year deals already, so you can't trigger it until I believe the final 18 months of their deal. I might be wrong about that, but I think it's 18 months. You'll know because if you got a first team player with that clause in it, you get a notification in your news inbox about their contract having 18 months left, and you'll see the little trigger the extension button in the bottom corner. It does. It restricts our ability to spend big money because we wouldn't be able to pay for it because we can't sell players in the same way. The other downside is potentially it might be leading to an even bigger drop next year. One thing as well is I would say that it doesn't seem to have affected the other Maltese-siders to anywhere near as much. Wow, he's very good. William Rosales, 20 years old. He's fabulous. I think I scouted him just because I was curious. But, like, either that or he was a guy that was on the Malta list. No, he's not. Or I took him off. Well, let's do the drop. We don't know. FM being FM. It's just what FM does. It happened twice already. I have bad news. Oh, good God. This is where Hadrian's like, yeah, next year it gets even worse. Oh, God. So basically, it's decided to fuck us again. Right. Oh, you can't see. FM is just like, you really do want to do the Outcast to Icons save, don't you? It's just like, well, at least at that thing, then we know basically that, I reckon, are we still technically in, yeah, we're not, yeah, sorry, we're still technically in this season. This is Silver Salamander. There you go. Our £80 million player now worth 30. I should just clarify, Hadrian's not actually telling me anything other than those things randomly. He's not actually like giving me information from the database or anything like that. But yeah, so that's one season. From that point. Yeah. Yeah, I gave Hadrian the database because he wanted to, not the database, the save file, because he wanted to look at the progress over the course of the save for something we're working on with FM Wave. Should happen this season. Well, we don't want to sell Reynoso, and at this point there'd be no point in selling Reynoso, because if we sell Reynoso, we make ourselves worse this season, we can't replace him with anything useful, and then we end up basically just doing the rest of the save without him. Over last night's game. Yeah. It's the amount of shots we had. I mean, to be fair, Mark Flecken actually made some... I thought he was getting a bit of, like... He was underrated in his insane goalkeeping in that first half. That double save off of Reece Nelson was extremely impressive. The second one especially. He got up really quickly to stop that. They were making that look like it was a big miss for Nelson, and it kind of was, but it was really good goalkeeping from Mark Flecken. Not a goalkeeper I particularly rate either, but he actually pulled off some really solid saves in that game. But that must have been absolutely gut-wrenching to lose it like that. I don't even know how I would... Yeah. We use it for Outcast to Icons. Oh, we don't know. That's the beauty of Outcast to Icons. It's a journeyman save, which starts with unemployment. And usually what I do is, as well, I sim 6 months ahead at the start of the save too. That way it's not just the same jobs. So yeah, that's basically it. Basically, we're trying to figure out how to wrap this up at this point. I was worried that we might get a financial collapse. If not, we were going to try and go to here, but it looks like we've got it. So it might be 1 to 2 more seasons at most. Probably 2 more, including this one, in order for us to have won the most Maltese titles, which would take us to 27 if we win this year and next year. And that would probably give me enough time to move house as well, which is the most important thing. I won't start Outcast to Icons until I move. What leagues would you select? Yes. The answer is yes. Yeah, that means means we can take our time over the next couple of Champions League games. I won't have to do 6 matches in the next stream. We can actually have a bit of fun while we're doing it. When we're moving. Don't know exactly yet, Lavinio. Technically, the move-in date, the date that we would get the keys were things to go and progress to it, and I would be the 12th, so next Tuesday. Yeah, we finally, in theory, Sabika, it's 99% of the way there. They're just checking a few things. We got a house, yeah. Stepping in Renault's boots, probably selling him. There was, but that was more predicated on the basis of, firstly, us finding out about Moser's big matches, and also the implication that we'd have at least 5 more seasons, most likely. Nice goes before Christmas. Yeah, it's going to be pretty bland in there, because there's going to be... I have no furniture for the most part. So, that's going to be an interesting one. We're going to spend a lot of money in B&M, is all I can really say to that. Julian Alves. Jesus, he's insane. He was on the next gen list, wasn't he? If I recall. More room. It's just money, need more room as well. When you consider the fact that this is my bedroom and I use it as an office as well, that is not great for the mental health side of things.
Hey, Matt, just wanted to say thank you for the Twitter DM yesterday. Congrats on the 99% completion of the house.
Was that you? No way. That's awesome. Lovely to see. But yeah, it's just like when you work in your bedroom, it can get a bit bad for your mental health because it means that you don't leave the room as much as you should do, right? And I think that's partly responsible for sometimes not just the only reason, but yeah, it doesn't help. So it'd be nice to have a room which is my stream room, which is my office, you know, and then separating everything else a little bit. It would just be nice in general. It's just, yeah, you need that, what they call not a third place, because technically it'd still be my house, but you know what I mean? It's just going to be really, really nice to have an office. Plus, that office will have Ethernet ports built into the walls. And also, more importantly, chat, it'll be good for streams too, because my internet will be better. I'll be able to stream at a higher bitrate, like double the bitrate, which means the streams will just look a lot nicer. And we'll have less issues with internet, just general good stuff like that. I can do a bit more as well, which would be cool. I feel like my motivation will be never at a higher point. The downside is that since I still haven't got this fucking doctor's appointment, I'm now going to end up having to then schedule for new doctors and then run the risk of them being arseholes, which is a problem. Moving towns, yes. Other side of the Cambridge, basically. It's actually closer for Pog for work as well, which is pretty dope. And it's a place I've actually always kind of liked, so I'm quite excited to live there, honestly. Nat Wallbank. Nat Ball. To be fair, there is a name that's like Ballock Swisher, which I always call Bollocks Washer. So there's that too. If you've ever seen it, I think it's Ballock. How is it spelled? Is it Ballocks? I think it's it's not in the save. There was a guy at Barcelona in my last save called Ballock Swisher. Dirty Pizza Place. One of the first things I did once we kind of got approved and everything, or everything was ready to go, was go right straight onto Just Eat, see what's happening. Found a couple of good places. Is in the Austrian Naples as a surname, but banned from spawning in regions. Really? Even if you remove the thingy file? Oh, Ballock Wisher, that's the one. Scott and Tim Chicken. We had a guy called Tim Chicken, didn't we? So I wonder if Chicken is... Oh, no, it was Tyler Chicken we had, wasn't it? Yeah, we had Tyler Chicken. We did have a Michael Scott in this save as well that joined at Stoke City. We tried to sign him, but he joined Arsenal instead. Bin Chicken? Not quite. Although, I'm not opposed to it. Richard Pistol. Yes, we had a guy called... I think his name was Johnny Pistol. He was Haitian. Or was your guy Haitian as well? I'm looking forward to... I mean, I realise that the Voddies can't hear this, but I'm really looking forward to seeing Heart of Gold next month. Just a chill band. That'll be fine, right? Yeah, nice. Hungry and Mad, yeah. Well, put it this way. It's just one of the things that just kind of had to happen for us in the end. It's just just good, right? It's progression in your life, right? It's one thing down, then you can start looking at things like the wedding, right? Controls combination. Ah, I see. That's annoying. Deleting the slurs list. I like that there's a slurs list. I reckon that would probably do it. I'd be curious to know if that was possible. I dread to think what's on it. Probably horrifying. Mr. Chicken. Really? There you go. Good old Mr. Chicken. With a fun name. Really? Not a single fun player? That's surprising. I think you have to just sort of look outside the box for fun names, right? Like, we've got Jizz van der Water in this save. We've got Cock van Arse, which is still one of my... It's still not Cock Ringeling. Nothing will quite be Cock Ringeling, but it's up there. Marty Fairport Convention. God. You know, Inferno, you're what I would consider an old soul. Do you get called that sometimes? I'm curious. Friend of mine was very much like that. She... Same exact type of music and stuff, except it doesn't work so much now because she's 35, but it was the same when we were like 18 as well. Jizz Horncamp as well, yes. French Guadeloupe, really? I wonder if they have a similar one, because I think Pistol, that's Postal. I've just looked up Bill. Kingsley Pistol? And he's from French Guadeloupe. Kingsley Pistol, baby. So if you do exclamation mark view, sorry, not views, filters, Apothecary, you'll get the filters that I use for scouting. Or you'll have that and a few others. But the main ones we use for that type of scouting, bear in mind, that isn't actually our main scouting method. He's actually retiring. The main ones we're using today, though, for just testing that was 20 is Plenty, Internati Cappies, which basically just looks up any player who's under the age of 18 or under, sorry, 18 or under and has international caps, and one that was just looking up Maltese players. That's more for the memes than anything else. I'm happy we saw Kingsley. We got to see his magicalness. Harry wasn't. You're damn right he does. What a guy. I really enjoyed the after the game scenes. They seem to show a lot of like on the pitch celebrating for once. Yes, it was one of these that told me that the whole wait, who are you? Florian Mischling. Oh, he plays Man United. Jesus, he's a bit absurd, isn't he? Absolute monster player. There's also Andrew Bishop of Tottenham. Wow. Wait, you're a midfielder? Holy shit. This guy was up there. And then, hilariously, Juan Pablo Paz, who I was hoping to sell for big money this summer, and now we're not going to be able to because we're not allowed money anymore, thanks to FM being shit. It's amazing that only one of our players has ever won this award, and that was Gonzalo Reynoso last year. Oh, sorry, a couple of years ago. I guess it is hard to. Barbara signed a new deal. Good for you. We're not going to be following on you or you or you, but we are going to be moving. Actually, just want to progress a little bit so we can get some scout reports through. And, okay, Mohamed Neda Hosseini straight away. Master Scala and Pida are in for him. One of the other things I've done this summer chat as well is when I was extending the loans, I had a little bit more time to do them. So I went through each one when the loan offer came in, and any time that they wanted to offer me unused wage percentage and playing time, stuff like that, basically any kind of extra fees on top, I got rid of because I noticed that it was an opportunity for me to save sweetie like £12 million a year. So I've got rid of all of those. There wasn't any Jim Halperts, unfortunately, Davino. Like, no one showed up at all. Sad times. Probably no Pam Beasley's either. What? I guess he just has no PA, but he's solid now. But look at the values on these guys. We'll get Barnabas. You're right, he's probably just because he's so... Now, Barnabas is going to be worth nothing. But that's fine. To Dingley with ye. In fact, I can probably just do that right now, can't I?
Coming anytime soon?
Save myself some time.
Soon. They are building it now.
Because he's never going to be... And it saves him being around the squad, basically. Glenn Coco. You go, Glenn Coco. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. My sister went to... I didn't actually ask my sister how Mean Girls the Musical was. Right, Martinez is in. Senator Bordeaux. That would have been funny. Yes, so they did, Viva. It was weird. All but one of them accepted the fees. The only one that didn't, for some reason, were obsessed with paying 1.7k a month of unused playing time fees. No idea why, but yeah. Super, super strange. But everyone else accepted it. But I did have in the past, as you say, teams literally outright reject the loan offer for some reason. Yeah, Carson Hosteval, by the way, has gone from Hamron to Stade Rennais for £13 million at 32 years old. So shout out to him. That's a nice move for them. Good job on Kiwi. They are. Hastings Marden. 2.7 million as well for Scott Hastings. That's not a bad bit of business. Kiwi International. We like that. Mauricio's won Golden Glove. Really? Oh, another player who's not coming back, is coming back from his loan, annoyingly, is Jamie Parkin, who was on loan at Nashar last season. And that annoys me because he played almost every game for them. And, like, what's he going to come back and do other than not play for us? So that was an annoying one. Placide's in. El Masri's in. Rafael Cano, who I'm sure is going to be an absolute weapon, is also in. So Kevin Placide. So let's see. 8 pace, 13 acceleration. It's still... He is still all talk, but it could be worse. Yeah, star player Cano. I'm sure that's only going to go well. Mohamed El Masri. He's okay. Watch Cano be like 2-star, 2.5-star. Oh, he's 3-star, 3-star. Look at the values on these players now. If we'd signed this guy last summer, he's worth 15 to 20 million. But now they're worth 2. It feels like it's going to affect the new signings even worse. Sign language. I don't know much about it, beyond a couple of swear words in it. But I have always wanted to learn something like that. Gonna half again. Yeah, indeed. Do we just say now? I think you're right. I think we do. I love it. He would get upset when I put him from star to important. And with that in mind, you're going to be an emergency backup. I should have tried to convince him, really, but I'm just going to annoy him instead. I'll ask Babesi to welcome him, of course. Teachers some swear. Isn't one of them like that or something? I might be wrong about it. Or is that just a general naughty gesture? Lucas Abreu's in. He's the one I'm quite excited about. Cano's going to be annoyed. I'll ask Babesi to step in because they are both Colombian, which means nothing, of course. But I want to see if Foa can do captain stuff. No, I didn't think so. Right. Not ready for that much football. No way he's actually gone for it. There we go. All's well that ends well. I mean, we're paying 16 grand for the privilege, but he at least now is actually back where he should be. I bite my thumb at you. It could have been. Maybe. I don't know. I've not been in school in a while. Okay, so he's B-. Do you know what? Imagine him only being worth that. If we'd signed him last summer, he's worth 30 million quid probably. I actually really like. He's not going to be a squad player, though. I am going to immediately change that to future prospect. I'm going to persuade him first. Nice. Wow, he actually took a drop from squad player to future prospect. That's perfect. 3 Gs in British sign was gangbang. The more you know. Oh, Icelander is... His attributes are so good. But he's worth nothing. I just don't think he's got the development in him. Truthfully. And... Oh, Cox in as well. He was the first one. Oh no, Cox failed his medical. Sorry, chat. I regret to inform you that Cox has failed his medical. Josue Garcia is also... Wow, we signed a lot of guys. Oh, Dana Challenger as well. Wobbuffet Demissi. Cock deal is off. Don't you hate it when the cock deal is off? Josue Garcia. He's fine. We didn't pay that much for him, I suppose. Challenger's in. You're just going straight to Dingley, aren't you? I mean, realistically, you're going straight to Dingley. Actually, no, I'll send you to Zuri. Mix things up a little. I could send you to Berzabuja, actually. Maybe I should try that instead. Wait, he's not even that bad. Oh, no, he is. So, my apologies. Turns out the haters were right. He is, in fact, appalling. Really went, yeah, I lied. Yeah, no. I know you wouldn't be fine with that. I wouldn't want you to be fine with it. You know, Wobbuffet is kind of bad. I wonder if we could put Wobbuffet to Beelzebouche. Start building them back up again under Daddario. Oh, question of the day. What's a TV show that everyone but you has seen? There's a couple of those ones, I would say. Sazmaz! Thank you for the 34 months. You love to see it.
And morning, or something.
That's very kind of you. Thank you very much for the... Oh, wait. Yeah, someone got confused there. It said 3 months and I got confused. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind. Yeah, Breaking Bad is probably the one. I have seen a bit of it, though. What else is there that people bang on about that I've not watched? I've never seen The Wire, I guess. Hello, Pog. I've never seen Peaky Blinders either. Fuck. Like, I've tried to watch Breaking Bad several times and I just could not get into it. For whatever reason, it just wasn't my thing. And So for me, it probably still is Breaking Bad because I haven't seen it. Yeah. When did you start streaming? Oh, when I started streaming was during COVID. Coronation Street. Yeah, we're probably going to use Roy for OTI Kaka. Never watched the social name. There you go. So I don't know who my first follower was. I mean, on Twitch, I really don't know because I was gathering followers on Twitch for a long time. Television show people to watch. There's the really obvious shit, like the first 2 seasons of The Bear. I mean, some of season 3, but I just think it kind of went downhill pretty fast after that. But that's all really obvious shit that anyone will tell you. Do you know what, actually? Here's a recommendation for a show that Pog and I watched recently. It's called Colin from Accounts. It's an Australian show. Give it a go. It's on BBC iPlayer if you're in the UK. I don't know where it is on other platforms. It's called Colin from Accounts. Give it a go. That's a slightly more niche suggestion, I guess, right? To be honest, Bear, even if it was like world class, I don't think it could ever be as good as people say it is, just because of how much people rate it. But it is clearly a thing that people very much enjoy. Where we rank? We're currently ranked 4th. How do you remove a player trait? I can show you that as well, actually. Like at the moment, Pog and I are rewatching Friday Night Lights because I just really like Friday Night Lights. That's another suggestion, chat. Friday Night Lights. It's dope. Yeah, I don't know, Toom. So basically, I started streaming properly, like officially started streaming. Hang on, one thing at a time. So, does he have a trait? No, let me find a player with a trait. Watch me click every player. All right, here we go. So, clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose. So, hang on, brains. Someone else trying to say something. Oh, Pog, hang on a minute, right? Check this out, Poggy. Where is it? Chat found this earlier on Gumtree. Wait, no, this one. Sorry, this one. Chat found this earlier on Gumtree. Pog, look at where it is. Ah, dear. Like, I think Gumtree is a really good place for us to look, potentially. Because that's way better. Hopefully she can actually hear me. But, that's true. If you're watching... I mean, you can watch and play at the same time, right? Potentially. That one. Yeah, true. Still, like, really, really solid work there. What is Anyvan? Has anyone ever used Anyvan? I have no idea what that even is. My plan was just to get a van. Yeah, Pog, look at the screen. First club is Sirens. Yes, Roy's first club is literally is Sirens. He popped into existence using England's youth rating, and then the rest is history. So, hang on. What's the 2 things? I was saying 2 things at the same time, and that was always a bad idea. Yeah, if she comes back, we'll show her again. So, scrolling back. Right. Nationwid's going well. We're ranked 4th at the moment. We're getting there. Right, so removing a player trait. My apologies. So, one sec, Mason. Oh, hang on. You mean this one here? That's one. That's not bad either for 100 quid, right? I can see why people have stopped selling on Facebook as much, because it is just full of scams. So yeah, removing a trait. The way you do it is you go into training here at the top. Then, okay, hilariously, because he's on holiday, I actually can't right now. But when you go into here, unfortunately, I think every player is on holiday at this stage, right? Let me just see. I don't think there'll be a single player that doesn't technically count as on holiday. And unfortunately... Yeah. So basically, what you do, though... I realize this is the worst possible time for me to show. If you go in here and go discuss new trait, you can basically think of it like adding a trait, but what you're essentially adding is the ability for them to forget the trait that they've learned. So, for example, when it will say gets an opposition area, go through the lists on here on the new traits, and one of them will say instruct him to stop getting into opposition's area, and you essentially teach them to not do the trait. It most of the time doesn't work. I've rarely ever had it work. One guy lost it in a month, though, is what I will say. So occasionally it will. FM Console, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Wow. That's very kind of you. How's it going, friend? Modern day rent a man in a van, has some good experiences. Oh, fair enough. New sofa. Thank you, FM Console. I do appreciate that a lot. That's very kind of you. But the point is, chat, if you were able to find those 2 sofas in literally like a couple of minutes of searching earlier on stream, that means we should be able to find some cool stuff. That, and I really do like that one. If I could get like confirmation on that property sooner, I would literally be willing to get that one you showed me earlier. And I'd be like taking a picture in my living room, chat, because that is perfect, honestly. In fact, if we end up with that sofa, I'll give 5 stars because legitimately, that's the only way I can really pay you back. Hello, Hazard. Right now, I'm pretty good. I'm honestly in a very good mood right now. Random guy tell me my midfielder failed to learn around the goalkeeper. What, in your old the monthly recap of your mentoring, which I always found hilarious because when we got all those Beelzebub guys come in, one of them, the day that he joined, within 12 minutes, I got a mentoring update that he'd learned a new trait, which was fun. For a shrine to Harold Bishop. I mean, I can make room. Like, there's nothing to say that I can't allow that to happen, right? So we're getting you. I'm signing you, chat. You want me to go out alone? I reckon, for me, I don't believe this guy is going to have 5-star potential. He's going to be like here when he actually joins us. It's just, I've seen so many players like this, but that's okay. Not every player can be good. Oh, good. Here we go. Here come the bids. Think of work in the UK. So basically, it probably varies from letting agency to letting agency, but essentially, so the way this works, because some of you might, you know, have never done this before or have gone through, etc. So basically, at the moment, failed his medical. No way. Shit. Oh, well, we'll come back from later. So essentially, you rescout the team report. Hang on, one thing at a time. Right, so hang on. Let me just get my thought. I need to start making notes of the things people ask me. I'll explain the team report first thing. So basically, with the team reports, what we're essentially doing with that, by rescouting it, we're adding it to the back of the list. Now, the list is nearly 1,000 team reports long. So by adding it to the back of the list when it comes through, we essentially say, hey, tell me about this team again in like 2.5 years. And that way it keeps it like acting like a conveyor belt, basically. Brother... I think someone made that joke when we first saw him, but still that works brilliantly in context. And that's annoying. We'll get him later. Yeah, so basically you go to the house viewing or whatever, apply for it, and then we were obviously accepted, which means that they basically told the landlord or whoever's running the property of the circumstances, basically, you know, what Pog and I do, how much we earn, all those kind of factors, right? And then they basically have to go, okay, cool, that's fine. Then you have to provide them with things like, you know, your passports, bills to prove things like that. Then there's this website called Lettings Hub. I assume it works. I assume a lot of you will be familiar with this site if you're in the UK anyway. I don't know if all estate agents use it, but it seems like a lot do. And basically what they do is they carry out reference checks. So it's basically it's just to prove that the things that you've told them are correct. So in Pog's case, it was a case of submitting some payslips, her original contract with work, which was from 8 years ago, as well as providing a referee, not to provide like, just to basically say she does work here kind of thing, basically. Nothing anything beyond that. So she was able to provide her boss for that. With me, it was actually a lot easier. All I had to give them was my tax return, which luckily I filed the day before. Mostly because I thought I'd need something like that. So then they're just going through and checking that stuff is correct. And at that point, they then go and check. And once that's signed off as correct, at that point basically we can move forward, and then we'll just have to go into the office with our passports in person, and at that point we can just sign the contracts and then collect the keys next Tuesday, or maybe even before then. That's pretty much the process. That might vary, but that's the process we've currently gone through. Reference to the current place. Weirdly, no. You'd think so, right? But no. That was the thing. No, I think that just varies based on. I think because Pog and I's combined it, because they want you to have 30x, basically. So they want your yearly combined salary to be 30x the monthly rent. And mine and Pog's was 50x. So, and that's not because we earn lots of money. It's just because dual income is incredibly powerful, basically. Wow, 41. Look at Hajarowan. We were getting bids of 80 million on him last window. Brooks as well. Oh, I hate it so much. Renan Lopez is going to get some loan deals. That's cool. He's happy the promise is kept. Dope. Yeah, just on rotation. So the reason I do it on rotation, by the way, is because if you think about it like this, you're not actually spending any more time, right? But if you let them all expire, you then have to go through and add them all back to the list again when they run out. Whereas it's so quick when it comes into your inbox to just literally right-click and go get team report. You sometimes miss them, but for the most part, it stops you from having to worry. And with the new method, we don't even have to look at the reports. We just wait a few days, go into scouting, use the, where is it? Team report new. Put that up to 27 for the memes. And it will just filter out every single player that isn't from a team report. It is absolutely... And once you've started scouting these players from here, it also removes them from this list. 30x. So bear in mind, 30x the monthly. Not the yearly. That'd be incredible. If I was earning 30x the yearly rent, I'd be buying a house. It's around about 2.5. They want you to basically be earning 2.5 times the monthly rent. That way they can assure that it's like not entirely your budget. That's what this agency wanted anyway, basically. It's to make sure that you're actually not just capable of paying for it like 1 month. That generally is... I'd actually heard that it was 3x a lot of the time. And certain places had asked us for 3x in the past, which is slightly more complex, but at 2.5x, it's fine. I mean, put it this way, if we were split up for some reason, we would suddenly not be able to pay it, but yeah. Overspend their means, signs a contract, loses the job, exactly, etc. Yeah. That's why having savings is quite important as well. Half your players going international duty in a league doesn't do postpone the cup. Which league are you managing in Minibar? Because I've seen that happen. Some leagues will give you the option to postpone them, because I remember this happened to me in Ireland once, I think. It said, would you like to postpone the match? And I felt that our B team was good enough. So I decided to basically screw the opposing team by playing our B team against them, who were more than stronger than their first team, and obviously half their players were missing. But it tends to happen in smaller leagues that aren't used to you having loads of players on international duty, I believe, anyway. High the mortgage for all ability. Yeah, it's all silly stuff like that, basically. It's like, something else that's funny, for example, right, is that obviously, when I file my tax returns, I have to file expenses and turnover. And my overall profit, essentially, is what I'm being taxed on, right? But that's the number they take into account as my earnings for the year, right? But Pog, who earns about the same as me, doesn't have to take that stuff into account, because apparently she has no expenses, even though she pays to go to work on the train and use fuel for the car. But her expenses don't matter, mine do. It's interesting with things like that. But there you go. You can also stop players from going into K-League. I've never managed in the K-League, so I'm not sure exactly how that stuff works. Wow, no one wants to go there, do they? Yeah, fighting Europe is, I imagine, a common theme if you're managing in the K-League. What's happened to Zuri? It's actually mad that no one will go there. I think we only managed to get like one guy out. So we're still 7th on the competition ranking, which does make a little bit of sense, because we can't really grow any more rep. We need the others to get their act together. We are 4-star, though. Only England. Well, no one's even 5-star rep at all. That's intriguing. Seems like it's decaying a little bit. Still in first position on the European rankings. We are so far clear, it's unbelievable. That's insane. We're a full 24 points above any other team in Europe in terms of coefficient. England and Spain get them, so Arsenal are back into Europe via that, weirdly. Homegrown players, get a bit of that, get a bit of that. Cool. So does that mean we're in the new season now? I think it does, right? Which means we should be able to see the coefficients for the year. Yes, we can. Cool. So here's the updated coefficients list. So we stay in 4th as things stand, but we gain ground on Italy and obviously a shitload of ground on England. We're only 13 points ahead now, but we still got to watch out for Germany. France have shat the bed in an absolutely catastrophic way. Like, France legitimately, over the next couple of seasons, could potentially go down as far as 8th. That's how bad they've been. It was a sudden rise in my pay and they thought it was dodgy. Really? That's insane. Even tougher when I don't know if you're self-employed or not, but like with me, my monthly income is so, not sporadic, it's inconsistent. Because obviously you earn different things each month when you're a content creator, and there are better months than others. So luckily they're not looking for your like monthly monies, because if they were, it'd be confusing as fuck for them. I'd just be like showing them my best month. I'd be like, hey, how about you look at November last year? Oh, sorry, December last year. They'd think I was absolutely loaded if that was the case. But if they looked at like April this year, they'd be like, sorry, you're all right, you know? It just averages out over the course of a year to relatively average. In fact, not average, below average. Oh, they'd be crazy. I was talking to Nerdphonic about this a couple of weeks ago. She was quite a while ago, actually, but yeah, still. That's true. I am a YouTuber, and therefore I am a multi-millionaire. This is very true. I forgot. My apologies. Asked you need to know. Literally. Actually, to be fair, they'd be better off looking at October 2024, because I was on holiday, which means I didn't stream very much. I was also ill, so I didn't stream. I didn't basically make any videos that weren't recaps, and I haven't done since August. I am going to be back on that as well. So that month there, genuinely, if it wasn't for the fact that I've got other sources of income from things that I do with like England and shit, then yeah. Even if positive. Oh yeah, they totally would. Of course, I'm still a multimillionaire, of course. Yes, very true. Once again, Loaded, of course, as you can tell. That's why I stream from my bedroom. I've just been saving up to buy my private island. Mr. Capped Athlete over here. Danny, thank you for 44. How is your Tuesday going, my friend? Lovely to have you in chat. This is actually my 5th house. I'm just subletting. Like, those orphans had a house, and I decided no. Not allowed that. Now you're understanding a bit more, chat. So what did we say with these? We were going to... If they were reasonable, that was enough. Yeah, because reasonable, I think, shows you their attributes. So anyone who's reasonable that doesn't meet the cut, they're off. Marginal, they get another go round. So actually what I'll do... Oh, it's annoying, because reasonable shows up ahead of marginal, doesn't it? Because obviously it does. Cheers, FM. Because it's, I think, alphabetic, but it's also not alphabetic at the same time, isn't it? So all the marginal guys get another go. We'll get those guys around again. Yeah, so all the marginal guys get a second look. The rest of you, all you reasonables, probably aren't quite cut. Just the backdrop. Yeah, true. 196 years old. Damn. That sounds amazing. Like ancient anime. Well, I swear to God, when we move, I'm just not going to... the thing is, this is the problem. It'd be really hard for me to not tell you because there'd have been a giant gap beforehand and it would be the start of a brand new save, probably. But maybe I should just do the green screen backdrop. Then reveal my B&M furniture. You are all gone. You're at Man United, incredibly. And wow, that Iswatini dude stayed in and is reasonable. Not convinced of that, but that's fine. I've actually been an AI all along. So with all you reasonable guys, we'll send you all around again as well now. And Ches Wilshire and David Wait, hang on. Holy fuck! Okay. We'll send these guys around again. I'm going to look at these guys as well, because hot dog. Just slowly ease you into it. That's true, yeah, you might get confused. Like, what will you do if you rock up to stream and it's just... I'm in a different room. No one will know what to do. It'd be confusing for everybody. You're 28. You're that... You're actually kind of cheap. And I do like him because he's Cabo Verde and Luxburger, which is just a fun one. That's true, yeah. If I was an AI, I would have learned something by now. Oh, yes, Con. We've spent lovely times discussing David Cassidy earlier today. God, oh, he's a model citizen. Of course he is. Member of the Partridge family. How could he not be a model citizen? Like, my mum often does watch my streams, and I'm actually kind of disappointed. I'll have to ask her later if she saw the David Cassidy-ness. Oh, and loads more. 8889. Just think of the gangbangs I can have. Are we signing him? I'm hoping to. I want to scout him a bit more. He came from Ballymena as well. He's fun. More accuracy. It will be, initially, but I'm going to do my best to fill it with... The reason this room doesn't echo, basically, is because there's so much shit in it, right? This bed behind me is essentially just giant sound padding. So the noise cancellation in this room is tremendous. But I will be able to find some of those... Because there's those, like, hanger things you can get for walls for, like, rental properties that don't damage the walls. So I'm going to get some sound padding and things like that, basically. My mum watches the streets. A little bit of a technical snafu there, chatto. Dummy battery in my camera is very much on the way out, it would seem. Ah, dear. But his name's David Cassidy. Yeah, even the camera was like, you don't need to see this. Guy from Vidal Cassidy. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, wow. And David Valleys as well. Let me guess. Oh, my life. We're going to spend so much money. Yeah, I'm thinking you might be right, honestly. Do we just sign him? Because he is kind of respectedly... He's actually quite cheap. For Fulham, anyway. And at the end of the day, if we're kind of coming to the conclusion that we've probably only likely got 2 more seasons here, does it matter how much I sew the shrimp into the curtains? Oh, and I don't want to FFP bang them, of course, because looking forward, right? But still, Chaser! Thank you for 7 months!
What would you rather fight? A lion that just had a full meal or 10,000 angry chickens? AI, if I were a human picking a hypothetical fight against either a full-fed lion or 10,000 angry chickens, I would rather scuffle with the chickens. With humans eating shiploads of chickens every day, the chickens getting a shot at a juicy human for payback is poetic justice. at the very least.
I still think I'd take the lion. One, because it wouldn't probably want to attack me, but you have implicated there is a fight in there, but I just feel like there is zero way that you win against the 10,000 chickens because the sheer number of them would overwhelm you, right? And your ability to fight a single chicken is sort of irrelevant because you would be pecked to death before you had a chance, right? Also, Chaser, is everything all right? What happened with the chicken? What did you type into ChatGPT? Give me a Twitch resub thing that will make Matt feel slightly unsettled. 4.6 mil. That's actually okay. I'll do it. Do we need to get Tyler chicken? Is that what needs to happen? Because I'm down. Right, we'll have you. You, I want to scout more because you're quite expensive, but you do look tasty. But more scouting required. David Castro's at Real Madrid and is £30 million. You're gone. I hate that it's got this glitch on it happening. This is still another extent. Oh yeah, well, Ches Wilshere will send around again as well. He's probably not going to be signable, but still. Well, so far. Do you reckon that's where Harv's pasta obsession came from in the first place? This guy intrigues me, and I'm still not sure. But Zakrumi, I think he's a must sign. He's just fun. He's just a fun player. Be our second Moroccan signing of the same window as well. Fight even. Line's not in the best shape for fighting. True, it is a fight, but then the chickens, you're guaranteed to lose either way. There really is no way to win. You just accept your fate. At least they might be able to find some way to beat the lion. Because there is only one lion. You only have to kill it once. 100 duck-sized spiders or one horse-sized spider. Oh, duck-sized. In that situation, I feel like 100 is deal. You could deal with 100. It's still a lot, but you could work with that. One giant horse-sized one would fuck you up. Although the Olympics would be far more interesting if they had to do like the show jumping on the back of a giant arachnid. That suddenly Snoop Dogg would be over the moon. Jesus Christ, they really are taking the piss a little bit here, aren't they? Right, okay. Don't mess with me, or you will get hit with the ultimate in installmentes. And now you've done it. You've tickled the beast. And the beast doesn't like to be tickled. I'm the beast, out of interest. Look what you did. You've spilled paint all over your brand new floor. Horse-sized spider would be. Well, I mean, think of how strong a spider is and look what they do, right? But now imagine if that was scaled up to being a horse-sized. Just its sheer volume would be enough to mess you down, right? It would put you in a web. It would be like fucking that one in Lord of the Rings. I suppose if I've got a weapon, then the lion 100%, right? But I still think I'd rather the lion than the chickens. 10,000 chickens. You'd have no chance. You'd actually probably suffocate before you were killed directly by the chickens. You'd be smothered by chicken. Interestingly, also the name of my new cookbook. Exactly, a spiderweb. And if it was scaled up as well. Organised chickens from chicken run. No, these are just standard chickens, but they're trying to fight you, which means that there is an implicit implication of attack. Best case, you die from your wounds. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I mean, true. I could definitely but chickens can fly a little bit. Yeah, I think people are underestimating the spider's quality here. Yeah, chicken will absolutely mess you up. Like, those bastards, they're pecky little twats, you know? Keanu undo. What I'm not going to undo probably is sign him. 10,000 chickens might just suffocate. Legitimately. I 100% agree. Mikitsa Adjic. But yeah, exactly. Have these chickens been trained for combat? I think you'd struggle with 100 chickens. Chickens are quite big as well. Although, I suppose the issue with the chickens is that if anything, if they were smaller, I think you'd have a better chance against 10,000 bigger chickens than smaller ones. Because the bigger chickens, they wouldn't be able to get to you at the same time. Whereas smaller chickens, you'd have a larger amount of them pecking away at you. So what I'm saying, chat, is we need a chicken tier list. We don't need that at all. That's the last thing we need, I would say. On the list of things we need, it is very much not on them. So David Cassidy. It's already in there. Right, let's sign David Cassidy up. Do one for the mummers. Sick. Wow. Maybe he's just not that good. Yeah, I was going to say, if you've just joined us, don't ask. Wait, what? What if you wore chainmail? But then you've got an advantage against anything. And honestly, I think a Peck could get through it. This is the Maltese Chicken, a novella. Another adults-only novella. Sorry, another adults-only novella. Chat, join me if you will. This time a chicken shows up on a man's porch. This time, where was the chicken before? As soon as the Berlin man above sweats been a mystery that turns very dangerous very quickly. The writing style this time is strictly contemporary. As opposed to what? The hero is not exactly a hero, but he has pals with one of the toughest ex-SEALs to show up in a contemporary. This has been written by AI, hasn't it? This guy does everything all the other military guys do, except our man does it without legs. This mystery and an action-adventure has got a chicken in there as well. Chat, if this was read in a Glaswegian accent, it would sound so much better. I don't know what to say. When it said adults only, I assumed this was erotica. Let's look at the ratings. Fascinated by chickens and looking for a chicken novel. This story is very fun and fast moving, though the activity of those vigilantes not being noticed by the cops was hard to believe. The story is fun, action filled, and fun way of cool gadgetry. Oh, yeah, I'm just looking for a chicken novel. Don't mind me anymore. Oh, mate. There's Alan, that definitely is a real man. What else has Alan written? Wait, these are actual books. Wait, no, he's written books that people have actually, like, bought that look like they are legitimate books. Like, that looks like a genuine real-life book. Abraham Lincoln... Wait, what? Abraham Lincoln Detective. The Flock, a novella. I want to know about Abraham Lincoln Detective. This is a real guy. He just clearly likes a bit of chickens on the side. Yeah, released in 2012. Sorry, Alan, I doubted you. Tremendous. It's just really sporadic things. Thanks, Mom. Any more? Well, there we go. Just would you rather buy 10 Maltese chickens or 1 Abraham Lincoln Detective? Call the Maltese cow. Well, I mean, I need to watch that immediately, is what we're saying. You don't have to be a good writer to get published. If my sister saw that, she'd just be like, why am I even bothering? Oh, dear. It's good I expect a review. That's 46 pages, bro. I don't have time for that. I'm reading time travel novels. No, not time travel novels. Novels set in the past. Not quite the same thing. Oh, my life. See, just think, if I was rushing streams and... Where's that guy that was just like, oh, you need to just shut up and play the game, bro? I'm just like, if I was doing that, we would never... I don't know if I was just making up a guy, because that guy basically doesn't exist. Well, sort of. But still, has he got caps? I don't think he does he? No, he does. And he has exactly 5, which is a pain in the titties. Fuck it, 5 years for you. Oh. Okay, can I shift to friendlies yet? I think I can now, because it says rest. City want Pagonza. Wait, what? Why has he still got such great value? I feel like his value has remained actually... I feel like his value has actually gone up, if anything. I'm still saying no, but it's just bizarre to me that his value has definitely increased rather than gone down. You simply don't get that from other streamers. It's very true. You get other things that are equally as obnoxious, but you won't get that. We want... I can still technically do the 52 guys for the time beings. Try and get as many of these guys sorted. Do you know, it might be worth me trying to do a Dingley offer out with these guys now. Because technically... And it stops before the other guys come back. We'll do one more of these first, then we'll try a Dingley offer out. Stuck popcorn in your throat or the feeling of having sand on your fingertips. Oh, God. I feel like the popcorn throat one would be worse, right? It seems like Sand on my... Although I must admit, I am one of those people that when I eat things, I'm constantly brushing... If I have to use my fat... Say I'm eating garlic bread, for example, like I was last night, a lot of. If I pick it up, have a bit, it's just general dust on my fingers. I'll like do this every single time. I can't stand it being on the end of my fingers like that. In the same way that I don't like my nose being touched at all. Like, it makes me feel very uncomfortable. But we could try it. We tried that last time, but they only took, I think, one player. Didn't get a proofreader. We're not friends following my review. What was your review? Pereira, Arsenal makes Zimmer. Imagine paying that for Zimmer. 16 million quid for Hans Zimmer. Scenes. So, yeah, just anything like that. I can't have it on my hands. Who are you? Nathaniel Folkia Pasape. I mean, his name is sensational. Wait, Hossilu, isn't that one of our guys? Yep. Yes, it is. And then we've got Eugenie here as well. Just between court and court. Oh, my God. Wait. That is not even like a... Like, there and there, I can sort of forgive, kind of, but court and court are... Which one was he using for what? Like, was he saying that the guy went to court and with an A-U-G-H? Or are we saying that he caught him with a tennis court? I'm on the ragged edge now. Oh, Cassidy's in. So Alan was 79 and in his twilight of his career. Okay, so I love that you found that out. Has he got like a Wikipedia article or something? Chelsea almost caught him. Unacceptable. That's actually worse than what I... If it was the other way around, it's really bad, but I could sort of be like, okay, you just don't know that there's another spelling for court. The fact that you would default to that spelling is absolutely wild. Higher and higher. I feel like literacy rates are getting lower and lower. Based on that, anyway. When they should be getting higher and higher. David Cassidy. Ah, David. It's not... Do you know what? His attributes are good enough that I actually don't care. He's a bit... Like, we have overpaid, but only because of this summer in the context of the money drop, right? If this was a normal summer, we'd be fine with that fee. For what he is. And I get to sign a Fulham player. And you know how I hate signing Fulham players. Oh, here comes the loan. Wow, is that actually a lot of loans? Yeah, we've paid quite a lot for him, but I do like him as a footballer, so that's okay. They came in quite quickly for these. You can't go there, but you're going to complain about it anyway. Still better than Bartos. I will not stand for this slander. There we go. I actually had one of them properly kick off about this the other day. Asurin, no. Oh, God, you as well. At least we know it's always the far left option there. Abreu, no. Pyramids, no. Wow, is it? Ah, here we go. Tarshin want Jason Cesar. Or Caesar. Okay, I like that for them. Why has value dropped? Because Football Manager doesn't work very well. Basically, all of our players are now worth half what they were, which is fun. Sorrow Ascari. Oh, Birkikara want a bit of Yassine Ascari. That's really good. I guess they're replacing Birkeland. Because he essentially would be a like for like. Rower as well. You'll... Fuck it, I'll let you go, because I don't think you're going to get a domestic loan anyway. Doesn't mention the chicken novel as well. He's probably been scrubbing it. He arrived at the club today. That's... Wait. There's just so many things broken with that sort of stuff in there. Gats youth contract is up. We Super Cup winner. Champions League. I love that they still only expect us to reach the semi-final. I rate that from them. So basically the plan is, Bear, I want to probably do 2 more seasons, including the one we're currently in. That will give me enough time, because I still have the whole house move thing going on, and I don't want to start a new save and then have to stop it straight away because of, like, not having internet. So the plan is to do 2 more seasons. That way we'll be able to be the most title winningest side in Malta. Because that'll take us to 27. And there is still, like, stuff at stake on the European stage in that scale. But beyond that, I think it's probably kind of fucked us out of getting the real thing we want, you know? It is a shame that it is broken in that sense. Luckily, it's not something that we can run into without Casto Icons, most likely anyway. Assuming you'll win it both times. This is where Hammer would finally wake up. Most suck the pill. Actual values. The actual values, how dare you? God, my back hurts a bit. The biggest thing today was just us finding some fun players, really. Splurge League money on. Well, the thing is, with the looking forward in mind, I don't want to splurge too much either. We want to make sure that the club is still financially viable as well. Yeah, an OTI, it won't impact us because we'll end up being in one of the top-ish leagues at some point, right? Before that becomes a problem. City want Figueiredo. Wow, look at that. £8 million for him. Basically, Lord Sahel, we got a value drop of 50%, unfortunately. And a year earlier than I was expecting it as well, which is frustrating. So the way it'll work is most likely, as things stand right now, we'll do this season and next season, and then we'll do the looking forward as well. And then after that, there'll probably be a little break before I start. Okay, well, there will be a little break on anyway because of just making sure everything's sorted for it, and I want to make sure I get all the Patreon regens and everything sorted. Wait, no way. David Cassidy to Master Schlock. Newly promoted Master Schlock. That would be an amazing pickup. Because I think he'd start for them. Well, I mentioned in the video, like, prepare for them to get a record bad points tally, and I still believe that. But, I don't know. Champions League 10 times. Well, we'd have to win it another 5 times, and that would take another 5 seasons. Minimum. Who am I kidding? It would take another 5 seasons. I'm backing us. I would still like to win it again this year and next year. I want to see if we can actually go 4 in a row. Or at least 3 in a row. I think 3 in a row is definitely doable. Because our squad is just as good as last year, and it feels like we're really bedding in for a really good time. Biggest improvement? I don't know, from the start. Like, Hamron are already right at the top, so that's nothing new. Sweet United, probably? I'd say they're the biggest movers, most likely, because remember, they don't even start the save in the top flight. They're a second tier side at the beginning of the save. But once they got into Europe, they've literally never looked back. Like, 4th here. They got 1 season as 6th, actually, my bad. Although I think we might have had 16. No, we probably didn't, actually, did we? I mean, look at that. 4th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, 3rd, 4th, 4th. They were back-to-back seconds that season. 3 in a row there. They were so consistent during this period here. 2nd, 2nd, 3rd, 2nd, 2nd, 2nd. I'd say Sweetie are probably the biggest movers overall. And Ascari's gone. They're kind of like what Haladash were in the MTK save, I would say. I think they're the closest example of it. Most of the other sides that are in the European competitions these days, for us, are all sides that were in the top flight at the start of the save. I wonder who will be that team for us in Poland. Hello, Indicium. Sorry, for some reason I struggle with that, and I don't know why. Loads more loan offers going out here. Right, so that's all done. Oh, we got another scout report. Perfect. Paolo Vinicius. That sounds like a guy that's on my shortlist. Right, first things first. Let me find all the marginal guys or minimals and send them around again. Oh, there's only 2 of them this time. One of them's a guy at Atletico anyway. I probably shouldn't even scout him. Now, on reasonables, I can have a little look. Just want to keep an eye on some of these names. Oh, wow. What the hell's happened to Adrian Mikolev here? Wait, he's extensive? Just a second. Adrian. How could he be that bad? From nothing to Champions League, I guess. But I assume they meant, like, you know, outside of us. CVS. Oh, fair enough. What sort of position? You don't have to tell us, obviously. He does have a lot of giant gaps in his self, to be fair. Like, he has no strength. He has no jumping reach. He's terrible positioning. He can't concentrate. He's basically me. He's a really weird player. Like, he's actually really good in a few areas, but has some absolutely glaring holes. That's such a weird setup. By the end of the year, innit? Yeah, he does look so much worse. It's because, basically, all the good things we could see were those good attributes, and all the bad stuff is, like, really, really bad. To the point where he's really just not even worth it, right? Consideration feature roles. Really? That's kind of sick, actually. So you could become the new boss. You could become the next Miles. Sort of, maybe. Hopefully not. You guys are reasonable still. We're losing a lot of these guys, it seems. Ashamari. Wait, Yassine Heimer. Wow, he's dropped off a lot. I do want to look at this Trimbagonian dude, though, because he's really cheap. I see why. Thumb in position. Oh, it's just Kev being Kev. He's just mucking about. It's just the fun we have. He's got to take the piss out of someone. That, and I don't know if you're like me, chat, in these sort of situations, right? But I find it much easier to rip on people I know much better. So if I was in a competition with a lot of people and I was asked to do analysis on it, I would find it much easier to get stuck into someone like Ben or Kev or Jack because I've known them for years than I would do, for example, I don't know, like Jake Cooper or Muno. Do you know what I mean? Just because I don't know them that well, I find it much more difficult to like stick the boot in on people I don't know as well. So that's the other thing, because he knows he won't upset me. Yeah, it's the same with Showdown when we used to do stuff like that, when they were just like two-footers basically on all the comms panel, but we always just, you know, it was all kind of kayfabe. The mean Strictly judge. Oh dear, that what a great way to describe Kev. Dan, no, you're right. I actually think I could get away with that with Monique. Because you should see the things she says in the Discord. Race Against, thank you for the 8 months, my friend. How's your day going? No, I think I actually totally could. She is banter from everything I see, which is great. She's doing really well with content. It's sort of super awesome to see like new people coming up in the FM scene. It's just awesome, right? Something I would like to do in FM25 is do a lot more collaborations. And maybe the end of FM24 as well, you know, once the time opens up. Still got those ideas I want to run by, and I'm just going to get into it. Craig Kevil Horwood. Very good. Very fucking good. I rate that a lot. My favourite music streamer? I thought it was a question, and I was like, I don't listen to any music streamers. Half talk about showing pastor up his ass, we all laugh. If someone did that, we don't know. No, literally, if that was... If the things that Harv said had a box around it that said first time chatter, I'd be like, right. This is quite literally it, right? And this is why I feel like whenever it's when you join a new chat, you can't let your freak flag fly immediately. You got to like dip your toe in a little bit first. Then you can be as wild as you want. You kind of got to build a rapport with the stream, I find. Because, for example, some of the shit that Rob says to me or Jack says to me in chat, if someone said that with first time chatter, I'd be like, you're a bit of a prick, aren't you? Once again, Harv is married. I just thought I'd remind you that once again. Since he's been slacking lately. Are all these guys reasonable now? Yeah, okay. So what we'll do is we'll send these guys around again. Oh, there's only a few of them, actually. There's a guy called Lucas Borberly, which I just really like. Loves Christmas. My third message in this chat was about Ben Foster filming the Broad Bridge campaign. But that's fine. That's just pure memes. Also, how do you even see that information? I can't even really search people's chat history when it comes to like banning people half the time. Twitch is really bad for that. Makes it really difficult to moderate things in post or understand things. Because sometimes if someone's a bit weird in chat like that, I'll try to find a way to look back through the chat history to see if it's like a random thing or whether it's just they've decided to be a twat, you know? That's one of the things I take into consideration when banning people, if I have the time, right? After a raid, I made a joke that would be okay with whom I normally watch. Yeah, that's one of the things I'm always careful with raids. And you guys, to be fair to you, are always great with this kind of stuff. The only time I've ever had trouble with stuff like that is where someone who was new to my chat got caught in a raid and then was a bit of a dick to the person we raided. How many people are now banned? It's mostly bots, Dan. I would say there's single digits the number of like people that are banned from this chat. We're talking like people that were, I wasn't even outright racist, but honestly, I don't recall us even having anyone like that. There was the guy whose son stole from work. Do you remember him? There was the we don't fucking breathe guy. A guy that called me a nonce. Yeah, there wasn't many, honestly. And that's the thing, right? I have a pretty high threshold as far as... Oh, and Pulisic guy, of course. Yes, my apologies. Like, one ban. Yeah, there's obviously lots of bans because it's like spam accounts. Yeah. The don't breathe guy. Oh, so have you ever heard the expression... someone in the chat say, for example, we up the Tromsø, we don't fucking breathe. Basically, there was this guy who came in and didn't like the fact that I spoke fast. You know the drill, right? It happens every now and then, but most people are kind of just chill with it these days. And can't click the TikTok link. Really? Oh, interesting. That's weird. It works for me. That's super strange. Anyway, that is really weird though. Basically, he was complaining that I was talking fast. And honestly, then he says something about how do you just like not fucking breathe? And that was like, who cares, right? But then he started getting quite racist, if I recall correctly. I think he started like mouthing off to Diz as well. So yeah, and obviously Simon Pulisic guy. Random people from the bottom Discord. Yes, that would have been possibly during. Was that when I did? Oh Christ, what was it? Was that Abma Ravaka? I did 2 streams with Abma Ravaka in like 2018 or 2019. Nah, Dan, I think that chat would all agree, and that I do speak at an above average speed, for the most part anyway. And I find it very easy to get lost in my thoughts and tangents, as you know. Yeah, the my son stole my masks, stole some masks but didn't regret it one was particularly funny as well. Yes, so we sometimes see like people from other chats that have been banned. So for example, myself, Hadrian and Inferno, or any of the other mods, when they can be bothered to show up. Looking at you, Viceroy. I'm not. They get a little box around their name that will say ban evader. Now, weirdly, I've never had any issues with someone that had that on their that around their name. They've all been lovely, weirdly. The son's thing, basically some guy came in and he was asking us all these weird hypothetical questions about like, is it okay that my son stole a load of masks from work and didn't regret it? And we were just like, what are you talking about? Do I have that? You do not? No. Actually going to show you, no one in chat that has spoken a single word today has got that box on them. The only box we've seen today would be a couple of first time chatters who've all been lovely, by the way. So credit to yourselves, guys. My ban evader. You evade my ban. Every time I log into Steam now, Cry by Heat, little thing pops up. Little thing pops up. Not going to say who, but little thing pops up. So... Wait, am I just signing this? I guess I'm just signing this guy. I've just sleepwalked into signing a guy. Official Foot Manager Twitch channel. To be honest, I might be as well. I think I'm actually a mod in there, technically. We don't get that much information. It's just little things to help the mods. It will stop showing up, will it? I could also click on the ignore part, but no, I'm going to leave you hanging because I'm a bastard like that. Also, can we talk about Stefan Tomic, the Cypriot Serb at Sevilla? It's lovely alliterative, even if it kind of isn't. Phonetically, it is. And that's what matters. The stream I had open in the background raided into the stream I was modding. Ah, there you go. Waiting for the day I could go on an extreme racist tirade. Leaf, I know, I've always known you've had it in you. I've been monitoring you closely all these years, Leafy. Ban a different chat. I believe so, Jack. So basically, in Twitch now, you can share ban lists. So if I, for example, went to Ben, although I wouldn't do this because I feel like I'd have too many people on my ban list. For example, say Ben and I, we have an option where we could like cross-reference and share our banned list. So I could say to Ben, can I be on your ban list? And then it would basically mean that anyone who's banned from Ben's chat would then automatically be banned from my chat and vice versa. I've never used it and I don't have it set up like that, but that is a thing that you can now do. Data on lurkers. Now, there's no data on lurkers. This guy's really good, by the way. The fact is, I would say, on average, 80 to 90% of the people that are watching the streams are lurkers. And good for you guys, right? If you're here and actually enjoying my content, which is crazy, by the way, that you would, but I appreciate it nevertheless. I still can't get my head around it, but thank you. I really do appreciate you being here. Like, they're just two different sides. I was going to say two cheeks of the same arse, but that sounds derogatory. But what I mean is, they're two cheeks of the same arse, but it's a fucking great arse. There you go, bail myself out there, chat. Low volume streams to help the stream. Yeah, no, I totally get that as well. I feel like, I imagine a lot of you that watch other streams maybe don't talk in other streams, potentially. Like, I rarely talk in, most of the time, the only streams I really talk in are my friends' streams, generally speaking, right? If I'm watching a stream normally, I'm a lurker for the most part, right? You're not the right cheek, yeah. YouTube bonus for done we worked. There you go. But you can't be a complete lurker, Erevin, because you've not got first-time chat around your name. Look, because everything I speak comes out stupid. Hey, what can I say, Papa? It's never stopped me from being a streamer. Play shit music. Hey, whereas we've got ELO. Bit of a weird analogy. Me, a weird analogy. Never. Yeah, I imagine a lot of you've got other things that you're doing. Like I always say, I just try to keep it like it's a podcast. That's what I'm trying to do. It's like I will very rarely be like, you need to look at this, but yeah, don't tell a pipe. No, the answer. Yeah, there's certain people in chat, Jinx being one of them actually, who I know enough things about that I will sometimes reference even when he's not here. Like if it's a Bristol City related thing, I'll be like, Jinx would know the answer, or if it's to do with Susie, for example. Cheeky lurker, but not lurker enough to have the first time chatter. See, you've spoke before. Noise to pop in the chat. No, totally get that. Trust me, this is certainly not a complaint. Like, my chat in many ways is actually kind of perfect for Twitch because it moves slow enough that I'm able to read, generally speaking, every message for the most part. Occasionally I do miss them, which is why Wanderer Skylight is so helpful because he will tag me in messages that I've missed if it's something like genuinely important. He's so good at that and I absolutely love him for it. Because I would miss these in the past and I would notice it when I was watching stuff back sometimes and be like, shit. But it doesn't move so fast, but it's not so slow that I'm always having to fill time. I find myself rarely, almost never, I would say, in a 4-hour stream, am I feeling like I'm chatting to nobody, so to speak. Because I don't ever look at my viewer numbers. I have that like blocked in OBS because it's not a number that matters to me. Sorry, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the way I behave, I suppose, right? I act as if I'm true to 1,000 viewers no matter how many viewers I have. That's the way I've always tried to do it. That and I'm just a world-class yapper. So that was never going to be a problem for me. 6 before the deadline. Leaf, you've got to do it quicker than that, my friend. That is... Don't do a me. That's like I would have done. Isn't using a bike cheating? I assume you were doing cross-training. Yes. Go sub 2:30 in a marathon. Holy God, my friend. That's amazing. My race that I was supposed to be running was supposed to be this weekend, chat. Believe it or not, that's not happening. Given that I've not run in 4 weeks because of all this other shit that's been happening. I'm only just now, I would say, feeling 100% not ill after like 3 weeks. His viewers don't matter to him, and now you know. Actually, Jinx, let's be honest. You knew that already. Oh, wow. I'm going to have to give him a clawsy warsy, aren't I? Let's pop in a little cheeky pie. There we go. Good lad. He will get caps, for sure. Could be happening about nothing. That's true. It's one of the reasons I worry that if I ever was to get, hopefully, I do still want to get a diagnosis, or at least be told one way or the other, because it does affect my life a lot. But I do wonder if that would stop me being as yappy on streams, and I would be like, you know? Hopefully it wouldn't. I'd just be more focused while I yap. That's my hope, anyway. Chosen one as the target. It's always 54 million. That's now the new ceiling. Yeah, I would be more... my focus would be yapping. It would be... You'd get, like... The difference now, right, is that it's a giant bowl, and I'm pouring very many different types of alcohol into it, but watering it down a lot, right? All this would be is me taking a shot of each one individually. That's what would probably change, I suspect. But my analogies, they're going nowhere. Half 3 exam. Oh, fair enough. He's rejected Chelsea. Didn't realise that was an option, but sure. And you remove traits by bomb pasta. That's when we pipe going. Couldn't have put it better myself. Ah, dear. Yeah. I love this, like, we've become like a fan club for the sweeper. And I will continue to become that fan club. You've got 3 years left on your current deal and a contract extension. Do you know what? I am going to give you a new contract, but... Oh, holy shit. Oh, what a guy. Maybe Reynoso should have been captain all along. See, he has a purpose. Still think we should sell him? What a bloke. What the fuck was that? Like, what actual screen was... Oh, it was glitching out, I think. No one's actually said they want to leave yet, which is a nice change. We are at least going to get £20 million from River Plate, so that's going to offset some of these transfers I made. My MRI. Why wouldn't they? Are you not allowed, like, music on and stuff? Or do they, sir, the headphones are going to stick to the machine? Oh, God. I want to try and get as many of these guys out on loan as possible, because before the deluge comes back, right? Head slaps is the MRI. And they just get ripped off your head, no? Yeah, I thought you got to choose it. Didn't have it in their music system. What do you mean in their music system? It's not on It's on Spotify, isn't it? Never. Not a you're Ardigan. That's fine. The way I act around chat and behave in chat basically is the same way I act around my friends, right? You wouldn't catch me being like this in public, as anyone that's met me can attest, right? I don't actually behave like this when I'm out and about in the real world and whatnot. That lovely chap that recognised me in Dunelm on Saturday, for example, I actually thought I was surprisingly professional or anything. I didn't try to send him a toaster or nothing. Just radio. Bah. Maybe really injured was the main thing. Maybe really injured. God, I will never get over rewatching Goal with Tony on that Patreon episode of the FM podcast. It was Goal 3 we were watching. It is, without a doubt, other than maybe St. Trinian's 2. No, actually, no, worse than that. The worst film I've ever seen. Legitimately. And I've seen some shit. The worst one. It's up there with some of the worst films that's ever existed. Oh, God. You're under a bid. I just want to see if we can get some of these guys gone. But I get the feeling it's not going to work out in our favour, is it? I'm going to have to add that other column, aren't I? About playing time. Wasn't that great? Goal 1, you're right. If we're objectively saying it as from a movie standpoint, but I enjoy Goal 1 because it's one of the few movies about football that isn't apocalyptically shit. And the soundtrack is actually kind of popping. Yeah, I recently got Letterboxd. And I've been really enjoying it. It's actually been getting me much better recommendations and finding some cool films than I did before. So that's kind of cool, actually. That and I needed somewhere to store my other shoe list. Stats in it. Oh, it can't be chalkboard. We're not doing those anymore, remember? It's appearances, right? No, it's not. Oh, it can't, because there's no appearances because the new season's starting. 4-star guys in the main squad. These guys are in the main squad. All the 4-star guys, I think, are. It's just, they're still technically loan listed, so I just end up, they get caught up in this, basically. I might just do this again. Where the Geordies live. What's a Geordie? Yep. No, I like the bit where they're in the pub, and he asks them how old you have to be to get a drink, and he's like, about 5. That's my favourite line. I actually like Goal 2 as well. That, and it's just mostly my reasons for liking Goal 2 are Anna Friel with a Geordie accent. Like, that's 90% of it, I would say. Richard got less where he does sound like a euphemism, doesn't it? It's like the dirty postman. Bill's just catching strays out of nowhere here. We've moved like less than a month in game today, but I've still signed a lot of players. Bobby Moore, Pele, Sylvester Stallone, Michael Caine, Max von Sydow. They were all in goal? Incredible. Were they extras? Stefan Tomic. Oh, yeah, no, I like this guy. Still worth no money, of course, because that's our life now. Part of my problem, actually, chat, is that I'm unable to keep a straight face when I make jokes a lot of the time, which makes it really difficult to do the whole deadpan thing. Occasionally I pull it off, but very rarely. With Tim Roth. Oh, is that, oh. I know exactly what film you mean as well. And it's bugging me. Oh, yeah, another player that's coming back, by the way, is Andreas Christensen. So look at the amount of players we're losing from loans this summer. Wait, hang on. Sebastiano Paulson has got 5-star PA. How the hell did he get a loan at Dingley? And then not play? More importantly. United Passions, that's the one. So yeah, we're losing a few quite good players here. Christensen's actually one of the better ones. He could easily do a job as a backup for us, you know. Work rate is a little on the low side, but he'll do. Yanone's back again. What did you miss? Mostly just us signing loads of random players, generally speaking. And I must admit, also chatting pure waffle for the majority of things. But even more waffly than I normally am. It's mostly Dingley, guys. Is what film has the best football not the best film? I don't know. I tend not to pay much attention to the footballs. Wait, St. Andrews want David Cassidy. Is he just, like, not good? Ted Lasso, yeah. Oh, you see they're doing a 4th season of Ted Lasso now or something? That seems bizarre to me, considering the 3rd season was painfully mid as well. God, Van Hout always got to these big bids. Shall I just leave it for the time being? PSG want Kroenke. Arsenal want a loan for Tabakaru. God, at some point I just want to get him a good loan. She's the man. Have you considered playing for keeps starring Gerard Butler? Master Schluck. Also, so Master Schluck are getting some loans. Hungry Youth lad. He's... Actually, I don't know how he is doing. I haven't looked at him for a little while. He's not very good for... Like, he's fine, but he's never going to be visible, apparently. Gerard Butler. I don't know. Which one would you rather fight? One Gerard Butler... A Gerard Butler-sized Amanda Bynes, or two Amanda Bynes-sized Gerard Butlers? This is the question. Shaolin Soccer. Decent, actually fun film. This is he. I love that Bruno Batista's just down here, dwelling. About the Homeless World Cup. I haven't, actually. That does sound kind of interesting, though. Bend It Like Beckham is a banger of a film. Oh, look at it. He's lost all his value as well. And he's actually getting red arrows. Drug Zero, Amanda Bynes. I don't know. I think it might have been pre-drugs. 10,000 man. That's a lot of Amanda Bynes. Although I suspect that she would probably do a lot of the work for you in that scenario. Brooksy's value is also trash. It's... Wait, what? I know I got a bid on him, but it wasn't that big. Why is Brooksy's value 125 million, but nobody else... What's the bid? 48 million. No, but the one player that held value was Salamander Silva. But Brooks's value was like 50 million earlier in stream. Now that he's getting bids, albeit not of that much money, suddenly he's worth 125 million. It's like the game's resetting itself on the fly. So weird. When Saturday comes, I have seen that once, but like, I've sort of absorbed it. I wasn't actually like actually watching it. It was just on. I don't think we've had a player worth more. It's weird. He wasn't even worth that last season. Roy Kent or Roy Keane? Probably Roy Keane. I feel like Roy Kent has still got the heart of gold underneath. Not that Roy Keane doesn't, but I feel like Roy Kent's heart is more golden. Homeless national teams. That's really cool. I hope that they paid them and then made them not homeless. That would be a really nice sort of story to come out of that. Hajaran's value's gone up too. He was like 33 million before. It's like them getting a bid is bidding them up again. See if they wonder if they hold their values. They make them even more homeless. How does one do that? Like actively get in the way of housing projects. Next Goal Wins. Yes, Next Goal Wins is brilliant. I still need to read that book, Up Pompeii. But I did listen to Next Goal Wins, because that was based on the book as well, wasn't it? I remember reading the book of that, I think, while I was doing delivery work. FIFA Pitch. Not seen FIFA. That's the Nick Hornby book, right? Homeless World Cup was still smashing. Oh, that's sick. Oh, is that the guy? Oh, fuck. This is another one of the things that Wanderer Skylight would know. I know exactly who you mean. Because he's killing it. Kone, yes. Victim to rent to higher bidders. Like me, for example, because I'm a multimillionaire. That's what's actually happening, chat. I'm actually not renting one home, but 5 homes that were supposed to be given to the members of the Homeless World Cup, but I've decided that I'm more important. Lower their credit scores. Oh, for free. There you go. Know what you're watching later, Andrew? I say later. It's pretty late for you already, isn't it? Watch it now. So the Chosen One's value is still 54 million, but if they ever put a bid in, I wonder if it will go up. So Vieira, right, there's a bid on Vieira now. I wonder if his value will go. I shouldn't have rejected that straight off, should I? It's only 320. Fuck me. So you need to go to bed. I Believe in Miracles. See, I can't think of the song I Believe in Miracles without thinking of a cough syrup advert, I believe. Ask Laura's after the new Vieira. I just realised we haven't even had a pee break today. I must have properly like emptied myself before stream today. Valletta want Campowari. Good shit. Lots of contract expirations. One of them is John Terry. He could stick around. So can Declan Rice. And all these guys, I think. Roy Fleming is back. Wait, is he leaving? I think Flemmers has gone again. Who's he wanted by? Sweetie United. Oh, imagine if he went back to Sweetie after all these years. I say all these years. It's been 6 years. Oh, dear. Work nights. Oh, I see. John Terry in the game. Yeah, he is. We signed him as a coach after the whole FIFA E World Cup thing. Sweetie would be so sick. Kavka. He's been on loan at Zabar for 15 years. Good for him. Yeah, Fleming is, he's been out on loan mostly because he just doesn't play when he's back, but Eurico Luis, who's been released. Wait, you were released? I'm not silly for saying that we should try and sign this guy, am I? Oh, I am with that wage. Fuck me. He'd have been so fun to bring back. It's actually crazy to me that he wasn't considered a late developer, because I swear he was never this good. One of your Champions Leagues is very fun. Oh, it is. Like, Malta has been... I mean, we've won 5 Champions Leagues in 7 years, but it still puts us where we are. Oh, yeah, these are all guys being released, aren't they? I think I basically said that they could all go. Including people like Dave Welcome, unfortunately. Oh, that's our director of football. Wait, that's our director of football. Oh, he's actually fucking insane. Holy shit. Balance between City and Chelsea. I believe so, yes. We could welcome back, but I don't think he'd let me do that, would he? So loan players are now returned, which means obviously everything's going to slow down again. Ron have signed Mohammed. Saying it like that doesn't sound right. Stade Rennais. Just sounds like it's a bloke called Ron. Dave is no longer welcome. Exactly. We're still going to go to the next day anyway before I can offer these guys out. We don't even have any like good freebies joining us really this year. There just weren't any. We missed out on any good ones, actually, is what I should say. God, home team is such a vibe. So there's another Fulham player here, chat. I mean, I'm just saying. Right, so that's all of those guys done. I just want to make sure I'm paying attention to these a little bit more. A few random Maltese dudes. Juan Koch is pure awful. Darwin Brown. I thought his name was Drunk Paulden then. Yeah, so what I've been told is that Stad that is pronounced Ren or Stade Rennais, and it's pronounced Roms. Yeah, someone actually congratulated me for my pronunciation of Roms when we played them in a Europa League game about 20 seasons ago. I was like, yes, it's the highest honour. Rarely people ever compliment me on my pronunciations and things. It's usually, how dare you, dirty Englishman, say it correct, you know? Craziest transfer. An FM saved that the AI did. Oh, God. Honestly,
if the train
probably.
goes
TSRT, firstly. Thank you for the 31 months. It's very kind of you. I hope you're having a fabulous day. The strangest one, probably for me, is genuinely Hakim Ziyech joining a second-tier Hungarian side when he's like 29 years old. Hello, Bill. How much was not a lot, Bill, on account of the fact that the game has decided that our values needed to go down because it just loves messing with us at our time of need. Oh, Costas Tikas isn't even good. I still think there might be something on him, potentially. Dilagori once? I think that's the same name of that guy we were looking at from Dilagori, isn't it? Vanuatu guy? Jesus. Yeah, the Ziyech one is probably the strangest one. The Todd Cantwell one was pretty... Yeah, Todd Cantwell at Kazinc Barsica was pretty fun too. Haven't really had so many of this in this one, right? Love it when it is. That's what it calls you, Bill. Some people's names just work like that. I can call you Chris if you want, but I'd rather just call you Bill. This is where you're like, Matt, my name's Mark. Declined after 8 years. They declined in 2022, then 2042, and they've also now declined now for whatever reason. There's no real like rhyme or reason to it, unfortunately. This year it was 9 years later, and it's only crashed by half their values, but it's still not great. OTI basically when I moved, Bill, pretty much. Yes, it's pit stop Andrew all over again. So sorry, Andrew. I actually felt so bad about that because I was genuinely really trying, and my brain just does not compute. Yeah, and it'll crash their full values next summer as well. But I want to make sure we get our titles. It's like calling Matt Avalanche. Hey, you can call me Avalanche. I wouldn't want you to because we're absolute bobbins at the moment. Although, Lecky's back and Nachushkin's back in like 10 days, so we'll at least have some of our... We have 6 of our top 9 are injured at the moment. That's mad. We're playing Shillington as a forward. He's literally not even good enough to be on our defence lines, let alone play forward for us. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, it is still Tajeda, not Tajeda, of course. Got the house then. Not definitely. It's like 99%. They're still doing the reference checks basically at the moment, Bill. FA Cup third round replay. Shillington, yeah, Oliver Shillington. William Hose went from Real Madrid to Plymouth Argyle. I'll tell you what, the Cole Palmer story as well. Who all are missing? Christ. Obviously, Lecky technically. Ross Colton now. Miles Wood, I think, is injured as well. Nachushkin's injured. Sorry, no, Nachushkin's still suspended, but he will be back in 10 days. And obviously, Landy, technically. I think there's someone else as well. Like, we had, like, Joel Kiviranta on our top line. Fulham are bad. No, Fulham are bad. When did I say Fulham are bad? Put Aaron and England down as well. I actually didn't have to provide any. All I had to give them was a tax return. It was Pog that had to do loads of references because she's actually employed. In the basement. So I wish I had a basement. I do have an L-shaped garden though. Kiviranta's fine, but he's not a top line. He's not a top line player for me. Not with what we have, you know. I was so annoyed that what happened to Ross Colton, though, because he was having the most unbelievable start to the season, and then it just got ruined with that injury. A W-shaped garden? Maybe. That would be really awkward, wouldn't it? It's going to be weird to have, like, a garden with grass in it and unshed. So, Bobbins. When did was I talking about Fulham? Oh yeah, Duran. Yeah, sorry, Jonathan Drouin as well. I actually, he's been out so long that I've actually forgotten he was even injured. Just to clarify, James King, when I'm talking about the injuries and stuff, I was talking about the Colorado Avalanche, not Fulham. If Fulham had 6 of their top 9, don't know how that would even work. Streaming shed, not big enough in it. Sorry, that's why I got confused. I was talking about ice hockey. The we in this scenario I was referring to as Colorado. And we are very we at the moment. Favorite, most bizarre and bugs. Crack on. This is the perfect time for it. I suspect we're going to get a lot of chill streams for the rest of the cycle of this save now. And to be fair, you had no way of knowing, honestly. Like, the club legend of Heilongjiang Ice City FC. Sorry, their name alone is not being spelled by me correctly. These guys here, Ice City. So club legends. None. Wait. Changes their name to a random Romanian player or Ah! So this happened to me with a load of Korean players on my Bolton save. Well, hang on one sec. Look at me organising my thoughts. So basically, yeah, it's happened for ages. They all became Spanish. All of the Korean players that retired on my Bolton save, so we know we had Kim Min and Kang as well. All those guys randomly got Spanish names, and I thought something had actually got bugged up in the whole database. Watching UK Ice Hockey, not really, though. I do want to go to an EIHL game this year. Ideally, Guildford. Yeah, so why the Avs? Basically, when I first got into hockey, it was because I randomly bought NHL 2003 on the PC when I was like 13 years old. And this is how dumb it is, right? In my 13-year-old brain went, they have ice in Colorado. They have snow in Colorado. I like Colorado. I'm going to do Colorado. That literally was, because it was, and then it was the first team I ever did Dynasty mode with on NHL 2003. This was back in the days with, Sakic and Forsberg and Hayduk and Tanguay and Patrick Waugh and just the good old days. Avs 1.0. Well, I guess, yeah, sort of. Nothing's changed. Indeed, yes. Hey, what I will say, chat, though, is, do you remember I told you about my fake football league in my head thing when I was a kid that definitely didn't carry over into early adulthood? I had people reach out to me in DMs on various platforms saying that they did the exact same thing. To the same level of detail as well. Some even more. The fake football strike Premier League, that's the one. Found like Miami, yeah, no, essentially. If I was going to be like, if I gave a shit, even the tiniest shit about American football, I would probably be an Atlanta Falcons fan or whatever, because that's my aunt once bought me a lot of Atlanta Falcons stuff when they lived in Atlanta. Back from when games were for playing, yeah. I'm gonna tell you what, Dynasty mode on those early noughties NHL games were the kings. NHL 2004, still my favourite video game of all time. This guy has held his rating very nicely. So has he, actually. Part of me does wonder if we should grab those. Oh, that's a different Georgian. I know, NHL on PC would be the thing that I would love. Adomatro has the highest average rating for Fulham this season. Yeah, which makes me not trust him in any way. Like, Traore has been good this season, if you exclude Manchester City, but at the end of the day, we wouldn't have had those chances if it weren't for him. But Reece Nelson definitely gave us something different last night. And he was getting a lot of criticism in podcasts I was listening to about the game this morning, but I was very impressed with Nelson yesterday. He got the ball and he ran at people, and a lot of wingers don't do that anymore. Hockey FM game, well, there's EHM and FHM, but they don't have the match engine that FM does, which is saying something when you consider FM's match engine. Yeah, we are fully Hale's End now. Like, we've got all of them, basically. I really like... So his values actually remain the same, which is interesting. Milan want Tabakaru. 28 million for Tabakaru is an absolute joke. Now Chelsea are trying to steal our scouts. Wait, since when? Since when has Barry Scott been this good? This is incredible. Barry Scott was, like, quite literally appalling. And we only signed him because he was a Patreon regen and we had a spot as our loan manager. And he's actually become incredible. He still only has a National C license. That's what I mean. Bang, and the attributes went up, yeah. Players are like their skin colour and the stats were out of 7. Oh, those were the days. He's a useless role because loan manager is quite literally the most useless role in the entire game, but still. Yeah, one analysing... I mean, I kind of hope he does go to Juve now. It'd be nice for him. Nice little career move there. It is weird how many of our staff members have suddenly been wanted by a big European sides this summer, weirdly. Needing to remain? Do we, though? Like, I mean, I'd like him to go to Juve, honestly. Oh, Tabakaru's out of contract. Holy shit. So, Hosselu, Jeremy Parkin, really? Why is Bedini considered better than all these other guys? I mean, I'll do the extensions, of course. Not the full contract extensions. I'll do those after stream, because that takes a while. And most of them I just end up going, you know what? You're probably not good enough anymore. So, Herculano, it's a shame. I should probably try and sell him straight away. It's not a lot of money, but it's better than free. Right? Won't do less than... Probably not. I don't know if they're statistically where they should be, but Forest have still been very, very solid this season. I mean, they've performed very well. I like how good Chris Wood has been. It's really nice seeing Chris Wood just having a lovely time and just scoring a lot of goals. Anyone got him in their FPL team now? Or is it about time when he's just about to start doing it and then he just stops scoring and goes back to memes? Bill Wood. We actually have quite a lot of extensions in these guys. It's going to make my life a lot easier when it comes to the rest, because most of these guys are crap down at the very bottom. A lot of the players you see down here are either guys that are out on loan at Dingley or whatever, or are just not very good in general. Get that loan offer out as well. Lovely. Chris Wood, almost certainly not going to be in the game, but we'll have a look, obviously. I think that's all of them. I hate the fact that the screen rejiggles itself for absolutely no reason. It's always good when that happens, isn't it? Chris Wood. There might be another Chris Wood, though. A new one. A better one. There is. Wait, that could be him, you know. It's not, but it could have been. He actually came through it. He's Jamaican. It's Jamaican Chris Wood. There you go. This is week 1. Well, look at you. You FPL. Yeah. I bet Slugs has got him. FPL machine that he is. Right, for detail level. Oh, detail level, basically, for this save, we've got it set to mix. So we've got, like, World Cups and stuff, all that's all sorted. Oh, hello. Euros only... Need to change that, actually. Maybe we should put Euro qualifiers on all competitive. See if it helps with Malta a little bit. It might make them worse, but also, I wonder if it might actually help them, potentially. Because it might be using too much reputation stuff, potentially. So, yeah, the way we got it in Malta is obviously set up for that. This is all set to no detail. That way it makes things faster for us, basically. And then with Europe, we've also got it set for all competitive matches for the European competitions. That way, in theory, it should allow us to get better results once you get to this stage of the save. We find that the one time when it's maybe slightly helpful to have it switched off is during the middle phase, potentially. The early stages, you need it on because then the reputation is just going to mug you off, basically. A bit of Brumbit. Oh. Forest 78, a bigger achievement. I don't think there's really are that many bigger achievements than what Leicester did. honestly, because if you think about how close things were back then, comparatively speaking to how things are now, or how they were even in 2017 or 2016, that's a crappy bid. At least his value is increasing, though. Roman mate loan. Oh, not again, lads. Come on, we've discussed this. Why is it always a loan? Your keeper is... No, you're going. I'm 100% going to sell you. Cool. Off you go. Actually, we're getting quite a few bids on these guys now. I wonder. Extra reason to hate mentoring. This guy's... Oh. Atletico 2-command assistant. I do not manage... Why is he telling me this? Oh. Hang on. Just to clarify. The assistant manager of a club that you're not managing is telling you... Is he a loanee? I guess Abrahamson's broken into the first team in the sense that he is quite literally in the first team, but that's the only way that he's broken into it. He plays for you. So the assistant manager of another club is... It's like that glitch where you get to do the other team's team talks. Never not funny to me. Right, who else has got loads of value that I can get rid of? Or that I want to try and move on this summer? Wow, not a lot. Most of the players I want to get rid of have kind of... Oh, Batista's still here. See if I can get rid of Batista. So, it's not to improve rep. Basically, the more detail you add, the more the game is going to rely on things that matter, like the quality of the players, right? Oh, for God's sake. But if you have it set to nothing, it's going to use things like reputation a lot to help decide games. Tabakara to Saudi. I don't think... This would be the worst time to do it just because he's worth nothing like he should be. So it doesn't improve rep, it just helps you a little bit. Because it means that your teams will be, in theory, judged more for the quality of the players they've got, and it will be doing more detailed calculations. Ibrahim Kanga is worth that amount of money. Why? Is he a new signing? Oh, he is. Hang on. No, he's not. Wait, what the why is he worth so much money? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Bjorklund's going to stick around for a little bit. I think with him, unless there's a direct interest, we'll see how it lays towards the end of the window when we've got the whole issue of, like, trying to work out... Oh, you as well. Weirdly, he's now worth more than he was. Oh, good. I just don't know what the squad's going to look like, because we do have that DM spot, but we've got loads of players that have come back to fill that now, including players that... Oh, I need to do different friendlies, too. It's tough to work out. We'll figure it out, though. Those are the types of signings. I find with those players that come back from loans, I find that selling them in January seems to work better, because that way you get to do essentially 6 months of the season with them at the club, per se, to get an idea of whether they're actually going to fit in or not, and then you can ship them on in January for good money often, anyway. Although we won't be able to do that now. Or certainly not for as good a money as we could have done last year. That's weird. It's less money. Sick. But that's my current plan with him anyway. And just kind of see where we are with it. Grab some of these guys. I do at least like having to not worry about... I want to see if we can do a testimonial too. Not having to worry about teams qualifying for the group stages anymore. It seems like, generally speaking now, they are pretty consistent at getting into it. I can't remember the last time we had someone not get in. Of the Conference League, anyway. Yeah, there's a few things you can tweak. The other thing it will help with, Emergo, is speeding your game up, because the more detail you have set, the faster, the lower the game will run. Essentially. On no deal, reputation is not supposed to matter. Not supposed to matter, but it does seem to matter a lot, doesn't it? The reason we ended up doing it, we just noticed a huge difference. Oh, yes. Go on, lads. Bidding war time, baby. What is this, and why do I like it so much? Stephen Stanley. Cool. Big up Stevie Stans. Selling players. Not really, no. Detail is to do with the way that the league is simulated. Do you expect the save to go on as long? Yeah, roughly. Because if you think about it, the game would have been... Oh, nice. The game would have been coming out if they'd stuck to their original schedule in late November. So we'd have probably been sticking to the same amount of... It would have been roughly the same end date, I would have felt. Based on that, anyway. Start bidding him up now. Yeah, put loads. Oh yeah, you don't want to put them on loads of them. There's no need to put loads of them on full detail. We only have things like the Champions League, the Europa League, and the Conference League, and then a couple of like international tournaments, which is fine because of course they don't get triggered that often anyway, other than international breaks, right? If you want to have the extra transfer stuff, then that's where view only stuff comes into play. That's when that actually does matter. Yeah, we won't be doing that. Workshop Singer. Hey, he has the voice of it, but he's really good. I think this must have just been a song I heard on TikTok once and went, yeah, that's one for the playlists. Arsenal have just signed this guy, Baz Halstra from Leicester. What view only matters for? View only matters for the league detail in the sense that, for example, right? I can't turn on detail for domestic competitions in countries that are not set to be switched on. So view only allows you to have detail for leagues without having to have them all simulated in the same way. So it'll speed things up a lot, basically. That's what it's for. Live the Lie. I actually had Live the Lie on in the intro today. So view only is like an extra layer of detail, and yeah. You'll notice it when we do the looking forward, because I'll be using view only for some stuff with that. Master Lock again? Like that. That's good. I'll refund your points for the Chris Wood lookup, because he actually technically wasn't there. Copa America. I think it's been pretty straightforward. It's not that, is it? It's... Chat. I hope that this is a nickname that I've given to a player. I really hope that this is a nickname that I have given to a player. Because, firstly, is this actually the Copa America? It is, isn't it? Canada won the Copa America twice! There's no way that Mame Ass Loppy is not a nickname I gave a player. This guy's name is Mame Ass Loppy. I just don't know what to say anymore. Where's my clip button? Holy God. Where did he come from? Oh, he came from them, but technically. Incredible scenes. That means ass is available as a name. I don't even know what to say. He's so much money, but he's 100% worth it. Oh, Mame Ass is. Incredible scenes. Which, yeah, there must be a Mame Ass guy that plays in Senegal. Yeah, you can't be called bare assed, yeah. 1.4 mil, worth it. Had to be done. Any other asses? So the only... So we'd have to look up Mame Ass. Oh my God, there's multiple Mame Asses. There's Mame Ass Thiare, Mame Ass Diamande, and then this guy here. All Senegal, which means there has to be a Senegalese name pool player that's called Mame Ass. Incredible. That's tremendous. Also, Canada won 2 Copa Americas in this save. To be fair, Canada have got some good players. They're all quite young, though. Which just means they'll probably do it again, right? Love that. And then there's just Jake Aspin in there as well. Just a guy called James, whose name is actually James... Oh, that's James Diaz Quitter. There we go. Is this him? Mame Ass and Deer. Senegal. There you go. That's cool. I love that that random Copa America lookup has spawned that from us as well. Just makes it so much better. And here we go. And Deer indeed, yeah. Show up in the recap. Oh, for sure. If there's a clip, then... Which, there we go. Basically, the things that end up in the recaps that from stuff like this on stream are usually from stuff that people clip. So I clipped it myself because I recognised it for once. But now that it's been clipped, it will almost certainly end up in there. A Brazilian Senegalese player with ass as his only name. I don't know if that's possible because I think it seems to me that, like... It's Mame Ass is like the double-barreled first name, I suppose. Mame Ass. There's a song about it. I kind of want to skip to this and I want to hear it. Here we go. This is Mame Ass. Assinio. Right. Emergency backup. You always needed an ass as an emergency backup. Here we go. Reject loan back. Actually, I probably could have done it. No way! Barry Scott's actually joined Juve. Bang! And our loan manager was gone. I won't be replacing him because it's a loan manager. Yeah, this kind of slaps. I can see myself making my way downtown, for example. Driving this. Driving this? I almost said eating this there. But the Djibouti knowledge. Bodies are robbed. Wait, who? It was obviously a player that I had intended to. Why are you so expensive? Wait, Balzan Youth? I have questions. I suppose the biggest question is, if this chap here is worth 15 to 18 million pounds, why is he under a bid of 350 grand? Are they about to get rinsed here? Oh my god. So it has hit the other Maltese sides, because this guy has gone from being worth 18 million to being worth 400,000. Relegation release clause. Oh, are you... No? No relegation release clause? That's insanity. But that other guy that we looked at from Hamron earlier, when we asked them, they said he was worth 90 million. We could actually, yeah. Which is that with us? Oh, hang on. Oh no, pay no wages. There you go. That's crazy. But why are our values going up again then? Herculano's going on loan. Not that it matters. We can at least do that. Loan him for a little bit. Just loan him for... Actually, no, I could just keep him on a long-term loan and just keep extending it. This song is one of the songs of all time. Second division player, I guess, but like, I just don't think you'd lose that much of your value. His value has gone down by 95%. But this is the thing, Hamron, just as an example, Tony Ciani here is worth £48 million. Frimpong, who's on loan from us admittedly. Their players seem to have maintained a decent amount of value. Mama slaps. Well, one of them earlier, we actually asked his agent about it, and he asked for even more money. I can't remember who it was. We'll see in a minute. It was... No, we asked their agent earlier for a player. I'm trying to think who it was. Was it El Badwawi? So he's worth 59 million there. 79 to 121 million. So Hamron can actually demand... So this is just affecting things incredibly asymmetrically now. Hamron actually demanding more for their players than we were. So weird. Also, that implies to me that he's just signed a new contract, because he was linked with Dortmund for 66 million. And now his contract's got 4 years left on it, which means I think he's just signed a new deal at Hamron, which is amazing that they're managing to hang on to players that Dortmund wanted to pay like 60 million for. Incredible. Because that wasn't even the guy I looked at earlier. It was another guy at Hamron I tried to buy. Or say tried to buy, but like tried to imply I would buy. And now Brooks is worth 70 million. Man was worth he was worth 50 million, then he was worth 125 million, and now he's worth 70 million. The game can't make its mind up now. It's absolutely lost the plot. It seems that their values are switching by tens of millions on a weekly basis now. We've entered the new game plus level. Well, hello. Oh my god, yes. You at Balzan would be incredible. That's out of nowhere. Now Chelsea want Dominic Wallet. Is that the guy that hasn't discovered that Asia exists yet? So strange. Right, so here comes Mama Ass Loppy. In he comes. If nothing else, we'll get Loppy out of it. Because it's going to be so hard to navigate, because you can't even... They're not even consistently bad, then. Oh, he is. He is. He is consistently bad. Right. Now I'm going to load the squad page, so bear with. It's going to take a mo. There's a German name pool entry for Batman. That would make sense. I believe it's a Turkish name. Is it not? I've definitely seen players called Batman before. Because somebody... Mama has 6. You Mama has 6. Ah, right. Okay. I feel like there's missing columns on this screen, but there's not a lot we can really do about that. Okay. Holy shit, that's a lot of players. 105 players. Batman Spore. Amazing name. I hope some of these guys find loans, because we are in trouble otherwise. Because I don't think they're all going to be able to go to Dingley somehow. Obviously, we're getting rid of a few, but... God, I hope someone there. There's 2 English players called Streamer. Oh, that's perfect. Can we get one called Card Streamer? Let me just look up Batman. I do need to finish, like, pretty much dead on 3 o'clock today, chat, as well, because I've got to record with Jake straight after stream. Man United now building... So they've started bidding... Actually, they haven't... Technically, Man United's bids have not changed. It's just the random other stuff that's changed. For whatever reason. Amazing streamer is a bit... Oh, could you have signed Hubanov? Wait, from who? Oh, lads, come on now. He goes from Sweetie to Juve on a free, and then Goodyear buy him for £5 million. I mean, at least they're bringing back what I consider to be a pretty good footballer, but still, Yakubu's gone for 15 mil. That's nice money. That's actually surprisingly high. I mean, I think it's still more than we paid, which is the most important thing, right? Batman. Oh, there's Batman Petrol Spore. What a great name. But then People... Wait, the other guy wasn't a People? I swear there was a Batman in there. Batman Kaira. Oh, it's a team. There's 2 different Batman teams. I'll refund your points for that, but there's no... I was hoping there would at least be a guy. There's usually a guy. When is there not a guy? Galatasaray. It rhymes. Okay-ish yet. They'll get there. They'll understand once my legend spreads. Oh, God, hang on. Wait, Rwanda guy has 5-star PA. Consider me intrigued. Right. Where's my margin? Oh, there's loads of marginals this time. There's a few minimals in there too. I like this new method. I think it is definitely going to stop us from losing a few guys through the cracks, potentially. Like, Anas Al Nas can go, oh, Bob Allen wasn't quite up to it. I know there's a few screamers too. Ntate, Joshua Walker, Bootsma, good. Just a big fan of Dasher. Oh, that Dario Martin dude at Anderlecht is not good. Jesus Christ. I think he just has no, like, potential, potentially. I thought that guy was called Jackie Collins. It's Jack Nicoli. Wait. Shibasiso Satetse is signed for Balsan. Good for him. Pre-gens. I don't know, actually. That's a good point. I wonder if we're going to see any new Infernos. See no time playing FM? No. Cock Ringerling and Cock Van Ars, for me, are still above that. Harvey Williams, Godwin Catania. Ah, disappointment. Jordan Perran. Okay. There's an Eswatini dude here. Oh, he's still only... Yeah. Have we seen that? Has anyone seen that Georgian guy come back through yet from earlier in stream? I can't remember the life of me his name. Was it Dila? Was it Dila Gori he was at? No, they're still saying he's shit. To be fair, I don't think we've got any more up-to-date information on him yet. I am scouting him, right? Yeah, I am. Okay. He still looks better than that, but I'm not sure. Cockringle was from the last save. Taliban was also pretty good too. That's a sentence that cannot be taken out of context. The player whose name we found who was called Taliban... Pause. Moving on. ZBZ. Right. Yeah, I think most of those guys that are reasonable I can still sit around. And suddenly, chat, I'm no longer allowed to fly. Don't you hate it when that happens? I'll tell you what, that guy from Korea looks like he might have a bit about him when we can get him scouted a bit further. As does Axum. What was the other Norwegian guy who I was making all the ridiculously bad jokes about? And yeah, suddenly, chat, I'm no longer getting the house. Crazy. Is Senegalese Brazilian named Mame as Clearwater Revival a possibility? I don't believe Clearwater Revival is a name that you can have in Senegal, is it? Maybe it is. I mean, I've not seen it myself. Screamer. No screamers. Not in these premises. Streamer? No more trips to go to the Swiss toilet. No, I know. And obviously we've got... This was he. I'll get in there. Did that just not work? Add to enables like that. Oh, so you can't do it with the patrons. Okay. So we're not going to get a cheeky little inferno. There he is. There's Taliban.
Bring on the Flugelkampfheimler!
Au revoir. Thank you very much for the follow. How they work now. Oh, that sucks. I guess, that's why we don't get... I suppose I wouldn't want loads of, like, facing the game... extra facing the game people joining us. The ones we have is bad enough, right? Yeah, Schmirgely, he's a lot of money, but he's definitely... I'm never going to live that one down, am I? Tony Shianik, God, he's so good. I love that they signed him without us even getting involved. What a pick for free, by the way. Like, for free. This is where I actually get like a ban from Twitch or something. Isael. Ooh. That's not your full contract, though, is it? No. That would have been sick. Not for sale. I'll be the judge of that. How not for sale are you? That's funny. You would seem to be for sale all of a sudden. Also quite expensive whilst being for sale. You got me there, chat. I mean, that was one of those ones where the words just come tumbling out your mouth and there's naught you can do about it. Lusong is surprisingly cheap, but not that surprising when you look at his attributes. João Paulo. I remember making a joke about Sao Paulo the last time I saw this guy, so that means he stays around. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's... You just have to... They just wanted you to ask nicely. So Tadeus... Oh, Tadeus is fun. He's fun. Look at him. Attacking midfielder on him. Advanced playmaker even on him. I don't like that PA, but... Oh. New contract. Okay, that's fine. Shortlist for you. He feels like a January signing for sure then. And then we've got Amy here. Not convinced on that. Might do one more go on Amy here. Just to see if it does drop off. But 5-star potential on a Rwandan player is fun. Oh dear. Milana back in for Tabakara as well. Do the bands to go on holiday. That's true, yeah. I'll just like bend over it and reveal my anus. And then I'll get like a 2-day ban. Like that girl did that time. Pedro for... Oh, not to Damats. Jesus Christ. Low flare for an AP. Ah, who cares? It's not something I've ever really cared about. Oh, you're right, it is. Let me just say good no to that, and good no to that, and then scroll back up. Pogba, she squatted. That broke everything. Doing another go on Amy, why not? Ah. Bloody hell. Thank you for joining me. This has been a vibe. That's all I can really say. We'll do actual stuff on Thursday's stream, but I have to get off immediately because I've got to record with Jake. Let's see. I just got an email from Monster Energy that is, I'm sure from Monster Energy. Yes, that's why Monster Energy are using a Polish domain. Definitely legit. Oh, look, the other one's a sponsor opportunity for Roblox. My favourite. Right, who's live this afternoon? What we got? We got Ben, we got... In honour of it being Goodyear and things, we're going to raid the Goodyear. Monster Energy, yeah. Hopefully by Thursday's stream chat, I'll actually be able to tell you about whether the house is going through, because I feel like by then we should know, particularly as the taking over the keys date is literally next Tuesday. So it'd be a bit weird if we didn't already know. Ah. To shield you. Yeah. No, I still want to take good, sponsorship stuff. I'm hoping to sort some stuff out with my new network with that kind of stuff once the management side of things has kicked into high gear. So we should see some, brand deals and things potentially for FM25, which would be pretty sick. But that's all, in due course, because I would like to start adding some of that stuff sort of in. But yes. So, I will see you guys on Thursday, where we will actually be playing some games in the Champions League and that. And, yeah, I'll send you lovely people over to the Goodyear. Just enjoy the rest of your day, my friends.